Thank you. Calling to order the April 11, 2017 study session. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. Current business. Any questions or comments on the consent calendar? All right. Item 2. We have today DMV proclamation recognizing Donating Life California Month. I believe with us we have John Whalen, Ambassador for One Legacy, Tina Vanderhorst, and Beth Vogel. If you please come forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will do, after this, we'll do the proclamation recognizing National Library Week. Please proceed.
Mayor Muldoon, thank you very much, and the City Council for this proclamation for Donate Life. My name is John Whalen. My life was saved on February 27, 2013. I'm a liver transplant recipient. If it wasn't for the wonderful gift of life given to me by a 30-year-old man from the state of Arizona named Jason Gosnell, the father of 2, I wouldn't be here today. The scariest part for me to find out I needed a transplant was to find out how many people are on the transplant list. There was over 122,000 people at the time. 20% of them are in California, and 22 people die each and every day. It's very sobering when you realize you need a transplant. You find out how difficult it is to get one. So I really appreciate you, Mayor Muldoon, and the City Council for giving us this proclamation to Donate Life, to bring awareness not only to the importance of registering to be an organ donor, but also to honor all the donor and donor families here in the beautiful city of Newport Beach. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Anyone else like to comment?
My name's Rosemary Megan. I work as a critical care physician at Hoag Hospital, and I would just like to thank Mayor Muldoon and the council members and our community for supporting the program for organ, eye and tissue donation. We would like everybody to be knowledgeable about getting registered as an organ donor, and I thank everybody for their support.
Thank you, Doctor.
Again, thank you, Mayor Muldoon and the council members and the support of Newport Beach. I myself am a tissue recipient. I received a left knee from an anonymous donor 17 years ago. And then also in 2009, my husband passed away suddenly of a heart attack. And he was able to donate to 64 other recipients, giving to people the gift of sight, and then also helping in tissue donation and bone donation. Anybody can become a registered donor. All they have to do is go to the website and sign up at donatelifecalifornia.org. So we just thank you again for supporting this meaningful purpose that has helped so many people and can help so many more.
Thank you. At this time, I will read the proclamation, unless anyone else would like to speak. No. And then we'll go over the flags for a picture. Whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and whereas more than 118,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average 22 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. And whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic and African American communities, whereas more than 600,000 units of blood per year are needed to meet the need in California, and at any given time 6,000 patients are in need of volunteer marrow donors. Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lung, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of up to 50 others, and a single blood donation helps 3 people in need. And whereas millions of lives each year are saved and healed by donors of organs, tissues, marrow, and blood, and whereas the spirit of giving and decision to donate are not restricted by age or medical condition, whereas over 12 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors and honored, and whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now I be it resolved that I, Kevin Muldoon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2017 as DMV Donate Life California Month. Thank you. The next item we have is a presentation and a proclamation recognizing National Library Week. So may I call forward Mr. Tim Heatherton, none other than our own Library Services Director.
Thank you so much, Mayor Muldoon and members of the council. On behalf of the Board of Library Trustees and with me are Vice Chair Janet Ray and Trustee Coulter, thank you so much for the continued support of the library, and that comes from the trustees, the staff, our many volunteers, and the 1.5 million people a year who go through our doors. And thanks so much.
Thank you. And thank you, trustees. This time I'll read the proclamation, then we'll go over to the flags for a picture as well. Whereas libraries play a critical role in supporting the quality of life in Newport Beach, and whereas libraries are changing and dynamic places providing free access for all to books, computers, digital entertainment, and information resources they need to know, work, and enjoy life in the 21st century. Whereas libraries are places for opportunity, providing programs that promote literacy, cultural enrichment, and lifelong learning. Whereas libraries bring the community a world of knowledge and entertainment both in person and online. Whereas libraries transform learning, inspire dreams, and make a difference in lives. And whereas libraries and library supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. Now, therefore, I, Kevin Muldoon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, do hereby proclaim the week of April 9th through 15th, 2017 as National Library Week at your library. Thank you. All right, we have a lot of proclamations. There are not too many today. There's one we'll be doing later today that staff overlooked at the regular session. So in the meantime, let's move on to item 4. Staff?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Simone Georges. I'm the Assistant Community Development Director. Today we are coming to you and presenting our follow-up from the July 2016 City Council study session. This is in regards to the FEMA flood maps that we presented back in July. We're going to go ahead and share with you a little bit about the preliminary maps that FEMA has proposed, and at the same time talk about the work we've done in the last 8-9 months on hiring a consultant and developing an analysis and revision to the flood maps. I want to go ahead and introduce Samir Gosin, who's been the project manager on this study.
Thank you. So the FEMA Open Pacific Coast Study deals with basically the areas subject to flood hazard and the established base flood elevation. The mapping project basically is intended to create a new flood insurance rate maps. It deals with 2 components, a still water levels relating to tide elevations, especially that's an impact in the harbor or bay area, and the total water levels with regard to overtopping, which impacts our coastal side, the coastal flooding. The National Flood Insurance Program is a voluntary program. The city of Newport Beach participates in that. The flood insurance program provides federally backed, affordable flood insurance to all participants. And compliance with the flood insurance program requires the city to regulate the development in special flood zones. The National Flood Insurance Program is available because home insurance policies do not cover storm flood damage, and the federal law requires that federally insured loans that are backed by the federal government require a flood insurance. Mortgage refinance require as well a flood insurance for areas impacted by flood zone. This is the map that is given now by the FEMA, which impacts our Balboa Island, it impacts West Newport, and it does impact as well a large section of the peninsula based on what they call a still water elevation, and as well the wave overtopping that impacts the coastline. This is a presentation kind of more focused for the West Balboa Island that shows the level of impact on the flood based on the new maps. And the following as well refers to the peninsula and the impact on the flood zone from both the harbor side as well as the coastal side.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
in these maps, what do the colors represent? The orange and the blue and the lack of color?
Certainly, the orange areas are not impacted by flood zone, but those light blue areas that you see on your screen represents the water, and those areas are now newly flooded by the preliminary maps FEMA has proposed.
I'm sorry, they're what flooded?
Those areas that are blue on the landmass, those are the new proposed flood zones.
Thank you.
So continuing down to the other side, the last map here indicates the amount of flooding that impacts Balboa Island, as well as a good portion of the peninsula at the harbor entry. What staff engaged Everest International Consulting to do a more substantial analysis of FEMA assumptions. Everest study focused on two things: the Newport Harbor as well as the coastline. In the early conclusions, we've determined that FEMA did not take into account the height of seawalls that surrounds Balboa Island and a good portion of our peninsula. FEMA did not use what we call a hydrodynamic modeling to calculate the flood elevations, which is a more rigorous way of determining flood extent. The following map indicates the yellow line represents the seawall elevations that were determined in 2010, and the blue line reflects the new data that we collected based on a new survey to determine what is the height of seawall. Again, this goes back to kind of a representative picture of the extent of the flood for both Balboa Island, West Newport, as well as the peninsula, including the coastal segment where the overtopping from waves could impact some of the development. Our consultant study revealed, based on using the seawall elevations, as well as what we call a two-dimensional hydrodynamic model, a much lesser extent of the amount of flooding when we utilized a more rigorous data. And this is basically reflects how we looked at the flood elevation rather than looking at the still water levels versus ground level as FEMA has done. This slide would be a representative between what the FEMA map that's done under the current study and what our consultants' updated analysis had revealed. Much of the extent of the flooding has been reduced based on the fact that we've utilized a better modeling system and more accurate data.
Excuse me. Can you give us a brief estimate of what depth you think the flooding in those zones was? Was it an inch, 5 feet, 2 inches, 12? what do we, when you say flooding, how many inches of flooding would you say that on average it might be?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So those areas of West Newport, the base flood elevation is at 8 feet. So if you look at the water as 8 feet, anybody below that 8-foot line would be flooded. And so that area there ranges between 8 feet, 6.5 feet. So you're looking at about 18 inches potentially of flooding in the West Newport areas. Same thing with Balboa Island. You have more on the western side. You have those elevations, those grade elevations drop down to about 6 feet. Where more on the easterly side, they're actually above the 8-foot area. So that's the extent of flooding for those inland properties. The biggest impact is going to be on the coastal side, those properties that are right on the beach. So you have waves are projected to reach up to about 22 feet in height. And if you could imagine, those properties already start at 8 feet. Now you have waves are projected to be at 22 feet. So that's a very high point there. Later on, we'll talk about what are going to be the risks if we're not successful with this.
Mr. O'Neill.
So you may answer this later on, but what is as we're going along here, what are you going to ask the city council to consider down the road, which would probably help me understand what some of the presentation is geared toward?
So today's presentation is we're showing FEMA's preliminary map, what they're projecting for new flood zone areas. And we're saying their data, their analysis is not as accurate as our analysis. And we're sharing this information with the council because our next step is we're sending all this data, all this information to FEMA, and we're going to ask them to revise their maps.
And what's the purpose of, I suppose, so let's say you're someone right now on Balboa Island that the preliminary map shows it as a flood zone. And if they accept our projections, they're not in a flood zone. What is the impact to that particular resident?
So the impact is going to be anybody, if we're not successful and you're in a flood zone, you're going to have to carry flood insurance. And that flood insurance cost is going to range depending on your risk. If you're 2 feet above the flood line or you're a foot below the flood line, I would estimate between maybe $2,000 to $5,000 per property owner.
Okay, so, okay.
And in addition to that is when you build new properties, you have to build above the flood line. So you have to build above 8 foot on the inland side or the harbor side, but on the coastal side, it becomes a problem. When you have waves at 22 feet and you have to build above the flood line, that means you're building above that 22-foot mark.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Yes, I was just going to follow up on that. The end result of what we hope to accomplish, if I remember from the last July presentation, is that we're trying to reduce the costs and the risk and assessing that insurance cost to our residents, particularly those exposed to the flood zone. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Because if the city elects to go with the FEMA approach, which, pardon my vernacular, it's the peanut butter approach, where it's just kind of one level across the entire flood zone, but you with your consultancy have gone street by street to identify where the flood risks truly are and where we have mitigating structural factors to reduce the flood. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. Councilman O'Neill, I'm a specific example of Balboa Island. Owning 2 properties on the island, it would save me approximately $6,400 a year. That's pretty significant in insurance premiums.
Happy to help you, Jeff.
Yeah. Go for it.
Aaron, is this conversation legal?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Duffield.
Not to take any more time, but could you just quickly explain the base of this flood analysis in terms of a storm? Is this a 25-year storm, 50, 75, 100-year event?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Duffield. This event is a storm that occurs a 1% chance in 100 years. So any storm on the inland side where you have swelling of the water from the harbor side or waves crashing onto the beach, it's a 1% chance, and that 1% chance is that probability every year. And they look at that 100-year storm potential. and that's what they project out, and that's what they map.
Okay, so now we go to the open coastline study. And in the coastline study, basically FEMA looked at our coastline, and I'm going to go to a representative map here. And they divided the shoreline into segments, if you wish, and they called transact. So the particular slide reveals that you have a bunch of segments that encompasses Newport Beach from transact 16 all the way to 24. And for these transacts, what they've done is they looked at the beach slope, they evaluated the beach slope based on that section, and looked at the wave overtopping to see how much impact would it have in terms of the crest and the extent of the flooding. So going back a couple of things, what we have noticed is that we focused our study on trying to determine a much more focused data. That is, instead of utilizing one line of data through a beach transact, we looked at a profile that represents an average for data that is taken at 200 feet intervals. So we are collecting the data to make it more accurate, which would be more of a scientific approach than what FEMA has done in their representation. The additional factor that we looked into is the berming, which is basically becomes the backshore feature that will reduce the extent of flooding onto the coastal side. And hopefully that would pull back the extent of the flood from having these properties being impacted. So in this slide, again, we're looking at the blue line from the coastal side indicates the extent of the wave overtopping and the impact on the properties that would be within that flood zone. In this case, it reveals an elevation of 20 feet. Based on our studies and taking into account, again, the more accurate data, our consultants were able to demonstrate that the wave crest would be pulled back. And in this line, the red line represents the preliminary VE zone. That's the extent of the flooding based on the FEMA study. And the blue area represents that pullback from the coastline in terms of the extent. And here's another representative sample that's taken further down, which appears to indicate a genuine pullback from what FEMA had mapped. This is another slide that shows the extent as well being pulled back, and basically pulling back the extent helps our constituents. And another slide here, again, demonstrating that under the new study, realizing a pullback from where the wave crest or the extent of the flooding would occur. The conclusion, on the Newport Harbor FEMA study used the bathtub methodology, which is again comparing a ground level elevation to still water elevation, which tend to overpredict flooding. On the open coast, their use of the average slope, they didn't use the average slope transact as we have done, and I don't think they considered the berming effects that the city participates on an annual basis, as the storm forecast is indicating a storm. So the berm location is critical for us. We have determined through that study, our consultant have determined the location of the berm is more critical than its height. Now I'll turn it to Simone for final point.
Thank you. Next steps, as we talked about, we're going to send all this information to FEMA, and we are going to request that they look at our data and recognize that we have much more accurate information. We took into account our seawalls, which FEMA does not look at our seawalls at all. And we said because of our seawalls and because of our berm program on the coastal side, that they have to recognize our analysis and make amendments and adjustments to those flood maps. Finally, as far as what are the risks, and we talked about that a little bit, if we're not successful, we do have a plan B and a plan C, but if we're ultimately not successful, we're going to have about 4,000 additional properties in the flood zone paying flood insurance. And then on the coastal side, anytime anybody wants to do any type of new development, they're going to be building their residents up higher, and you can see that That picture that I depicted there, about 4 to 13 feet above the sand line, those properties will have to be raised because of the potential wave action that may impact those residences. Finally, we have just some reference and contact information just for the community, and love to have some questions. Thank you.
Okay, bringing it back to the dais, Mr. Herdman.
Simone, I'd just like to ask, can we go back to that one map that is not the FEMA, but is the study revision to Balboa Island, showing just the west end flooding?
Should be on the screen there in the bottom right.
Yeah. Does that flooding take into consideration the raising of the seawalls? They would still flood despite the fact that the seawalls will be, the cap will be raised and west end improvements will also be made?
No, it is just based on the current data. It's not based on future information. And we'd rather just focus on what we have currently because we're fighting a battle with FEMA.
Okay.
And I think in the future, once we can get past this hurdle and once the seawalls are raised, we can go back and do map adjustments.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill.
So between the current map and the preliminary map, it would increase 4,000 residents would have to get flood insurance.
Yes.
Based on our updated analysis, would we be reducing or increasing from our current map the number of people needing flood insurance?
So today's map only has Balboa Island. FEMA's future map, which is that upper left-hand corner, now includes all of that whole peninsula. So that's about 4,000 potential residents will have to pay flood insurance. Now we reanalyzed it, and now we're going to make some recommendations to FEMA, and so we're going to reduce that 4,000 down, probably down to hopefully maybe 1,000 residents.
Okay, so even under our best, which would be the updated analysis, we would still see an increase of about 1,000 residents needing flood insurance?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Yeah, how does FEMA, what is its source of funding?
I believe the source of funding is the taxpayers.
So I was assuming it had something to do with these insurance premiums.
Which are the taxpayers, but yes, they would pay their insurance. Their premiums would go into a fund, the insurance fund. And since all the storm damage that affected the East Coast, that fund has become insolvent, and they've had to borrow it from the taxpayer. And hence now they've done restudies now because of potential storm activity on the East Coast and the West Coast.
So do you feel like there's a kind of a witch hunt for more funds by doing things like this?
I do.
Thanks.
Making friends with the federal government. Mr. Herdman.
One last question. In terms of a balancing act, if FEMA accepts this study and probably a good, I'm going to guess maybe 900 homes on Little Balboa Island and Big Balboa Island are no longer required to carry flood insurance, but yet you've got an additional 1,000 on the peninsula. Is it going to be a wash?
I think that's a good assessment, Mr. Herdman. I think you'll have less people on Balboa Island paying flood insurance and more people on the peninsula. So I think that's a really good assessment.
Okay. So there may not be much of an increase in the number of folks who are having to pay FEMA flood insurance.
Potentially only if we're successful.
Okay. What's the timeline on this?
We will be submitting all our information in the next day or so, and we're expecting feedback from them in the next 45 to 60 days.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you. Have we, as a city and other coastal cities, have we been through this before? Is this like a 25-year update, or is this the first time we, as a city, have presented alternative information to FEMA for this purpose?
I really don't remember the last time they've done this major update, and this is a big update because they survey the entire West Coast region. I think our last flood insurance study was done in the late 80s. So it's been at least 30 years since last time they've looked at the data or surveyed any of the land masses.
Are you familiar with what other coastal cities are doing, and I presume going through the same type of process?
You know, I've spoken to a couple of the cities in the area, and a lot of them are doing nothing. They're kind of sitting back and just saying, it's FEMA, it's the federal government, we can't do anything. And I think we are been the most proactive in hiring a consultant and trying to find a solution to this.
And with net after, if we're successful in challenging FEMA's data, and there are properties that have to not only have higher insurance premiums, but have to, you said with remodeling or new construction, it would not be tearing down existing, it would be all new construction would have to presumably be raised on stilts or a higher elevation, if that would be the result.
I'm simplifying it, but definitely new construction would have to be raised. It gets much more complex when you do remodeling, and there's a big formula, and that's probably another whole new study session to kind of go through the remodels. But remodels are affected also.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Avery.
There's, as we all know, there's a wide variety of floor levels now on Balboa Island and on the peninsula, with new construction being at times 3 feet, close to 4 feet higher, I believe now. And it's sort of maybe out of your wheelhouse, but if you're on the new mode of the height being at the top on your foundation, maybe 3.5 feet, whatever the rule is, above your neighbor, are you still on for flood insurance in that case?
Right. If you are above the flood line because you've built your house,
Right.
you are at reduced risk. So your mortgage company is going to dictate how much flood insurance they need. They may exempt you and it says, no, you're built above the flood line and you don't need mortgage insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Erdman.
Last comment, Mayor Muldoon. I just want to thank you, commend you for taking the lead on this on behalf of those folks in the city that may be relieved of the responsibility of having to pay flood insurance. Very good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of your slides made a statement that the height does not necessarily dictate whether or not it's going to be flooded. Can you pull that slide up?
Mr. Mayor, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. That's right. Berm locations is more critical than height is. That you brought it up. So I'm looking at it right now. So that's interesting to me because it sounds like it's somewhat predictable and scientific.
That's correct. It is based on the fact that we have some type of berm in front of the wave that will slow that wave down. So we're not getting rid of the wave. We're just trying to slow it down. And the location of it, depending where you put it, as like you're kind of throwing that ball, makes a huge difference.
So if it is somewhat predictable and scientific or and mathematical, however you want to articulate it, and this is brought to FEMA, how do they make the decision? Is it a bureaucrat who looks at tables and concurs? Is it an administrative law judge who weighs the evidence? How is that decided?
We like to think, and what they've expressed to us, is that they have their own engineers on staff, and they look at the data. And so we have to make those convincing arguments that our berm program is sufficient to stop that wave activity. And we have a very active berm program. So we have to continue to drive that point home that we truly have a berm program in Newport Beach. So we like to think that the engineers are going to be looking at the data and recognizing that what we have is scientific. And that's what our hopes are, and it's not a bureaucrat.
So if it's sort of like it becomes a battle of the experts scenario, we could either change or make offerings to increase the height or change the location of them to satisfy them,
Yes, sir.
if we agree with their terms, or we could possibly appeal the finder effect. Is that correct?
That is correct. Absolutely.
Who do we appeal to?
We'll appeal straight to FEMA. FEMA actually has an official appeal program, and we're not in that time range yet. Right now, we're providing input and comments before that appeal period starts. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve and not fall behind.
At the curve being the other cities that are rushing to their court?
We're trying to get ahead of it's easier to do it now versus wait for an appeal. So we're trying to do it before the appeal process starts.
Yeah, so the first step is typically to try to work with FEMA to come to an agreement, but they do have a formal appeals process, and sometimes that has gone, after that appeals process, even on to litigation. So that's sort of, in a nutshell, kind of the process for it.
So it's administrative law judge at that point?
No, you would actually go to court.
Oh, okay, in DC Circuit or?
Whichever circuit you're in, so we'd be Ninth
Oh,
Circuit.
in ours. Okay, great. Answers my questions. All right, any questions or comments from the public? Please step forward, come to the podium.
I may have missed it. I'm a little hard of hearing. Do you know how much sea level rise FEMA estimates?
Could you please state your name for the record, Mark?
I'm sorry?
Could you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm Mark Tabbert, Newport Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you. FEMA does not project or predict sea level rise because it's in question and dispute. So they just look at data of today and of the past. So there's no sea level rise in their estimates.
None.
No.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Michelle Brooks, and I have a home on Seashore Drive in West Newport. I appreciate that answer, but I don't understand, and maybe you can give me the technical understanding of why the 22-foot rise or height limit of waves would be the wedge at 52nd Street if you had that.
So, Ms. Brooks, before, do you want to ask a couple questions, then I can direct staff to answer your questions?
Okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
procedure.
normally it's your time to give a public comment. If you ask a couple questions, I'll have staff, after you're done, answer them.
Very good. I'm concerned, then, do I pose that as a concern? Is that how you'd like me to do? Okay. As an oceanfront homeowner, I'm concerned about this idea of having to raise homes up 4 to 13 feet when historically, for the longest time that we know of, the water doesn't come up that high. I don't understand the technical numbers on that. I appreciate this gentleman's comments regarding if climate change is being concerned, because I think that FEMA under a previous administration may have had a different outlook on climate change than the current administration, and there may be inroads with our federal representatives who may have a different view as well in dealing with this problem. I don't understand why we're being compared to East Coast hurricanes when we don't have that same amount, and how our jetties actually do assist us in the mitigation of wave issues. But I'm concerned as a homeowner that our homes have to be built 4 to 13 feet above grade. I think I'm at about 8 feet right now. You guys have a 26-foot height limit on that. You know, you're going to have to do a lot of city engineering changes as well, because we're bound by the footpad and the height and the number of square feet. So that's going to have to be mitigated as well. So, and the people where I live, we don't know what's going on about this, and we'd like to be more of a part of it. And it's always been a challenge to know how. I read Dave Kiff's letters all the time, but I didn't, and I signed up for every single one of those things, checked all those boxes. But it's kind of hidden in here to know how serious this could actually be for someone like me, and I read all of that stuff. So help us out. I'm just concerned about the property value for me and the cost to me as a coastline individual. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's answer some of those questions. I think there are questions probably a couple of the residents have. And at a future date, depending on the outcome of this, perhaps we could do a mailer or reach out to those residents in the zones of concern, either notifying them that we've alleviated the problem or that further steps need to be taken. That's just a suggestion. I know that Councilman Dixon probably will do a town hall on it too. But could you answer some of those questions, specifically about the height of the wave, hurricanes, jetties, and the height limits on buildings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do my best to answer those questions. There's definitely a disconnect between what we see and what has been projected by FEMA. FEMA only looks at the storm activity as a probability, that micro probability, that 1% chance. And probably in our lifetime, we may never see waves hit that. But just from a scientific perspective, our consultant actually analyzed the analysis and came to the similar conclusion that there is a 1% chance that the waves can reach that height. And in most probability, we'll never see it. But unfortunately, that's what the scientific data is sharing, and that's what is, that's the output that's come out, which is that 1% chance. Now, as far as the jetties, I'm going to turn to my consultant, Ying. Was the jetties, were they part of the analysis or not? Sorry. Why don't you go over here?
The study actually divides the city of Newport Beach into two parts. One is what we call the Newport Harbor or the Bay Area, that is based on purely just the tide elevation. So the jetty, they are not considering the jetty because it's not, the jetty will protect the waves that get into the Bay Area, but since for the Bay Area, they don't consider wave at all. So in terms of the wave, they only consider for the open coastline, that is where they project the wave run up. It's not the wave height itself, it's that when the wave run up on the beach, how high it would go. And those are the numbers they're projecting, like 20 feet, 22 feet, depends on where you are. So the jetty is not important in any of the study because the jetties are protecting the waves that get into the Bay Area. But for the Bay Area, they only look at the tide elevation. They don't consider wave at all anyway.
Ying, I'm sorry, I think there's a little confusion. The discussion was, I think the question was about the groin field in West Newport. That was the person's question. Those,
okay. The
those
jetties,
groin fields, think of
the
the small jetties, yeah,
okay.
closer to the Newport Pier above it. Were those considered?
I'm not sure whether they consider it or not, but based on the data, they should show those. So it's a it will get a little bit more technical. Is that how they actually they derive the 1% like the wave run up? Is that they did a very sophisticated wave modeling. So basically, they look at the wave condition in the past 50 years, and they run a wave model from offshore all the way to the beach. And then from there, they look at all the transit that you may have showed earlier. And then from each of the transit, they base on the wave height, and then the beach slope to calculate how high the wave run up would be. So actually, in that case, I would say that in any good coastal modeling study, they will include all those tiny groans. It will be part of their model.
Thank you. And you can ask that question too when you're submitting to the FEMA. Okay. I think that was height limit in buildings. That's kind of down the road, but
Correct. So with regards to the height limits of buildings, right now we have the same condition on Balboa Island. On Balboa Island, properties new construction will have to be by zoning, start off at 9 feet elevation, and they get to enjoy that maximum height limit. We haven't talked about it on the coastal side, but that's something that we need to some further discussion of how we're going to look at the heights of structures if they're starting off 13 feet above the sand line. Do they get to enjoy that ultimate height of 27 feet? I think that's further discussion.
So if I understand your answer correctly, the increase in height is commensurate with the height requirement for a foundation.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Barbara Della Pena. I live oceanfront. I think that the problem is bigger than just flood insurance. We've owned a home there for 18 years. We knocked it down and rebuilt it. Insurance policy changed from being grandfathered in to a construction policy. When I went to get a homeowner's policy, no one wanted to write for me. Why? Because you live close to the water. I said, we haven't been in with the 50-year flood zone with FEMA. We're clear, everything's fine. We don't want to insure you. I've not had losses. So I had a lot of difficulty just getting homeowners insurance. So that's part one, not just flood insurance. It's going to go to new homeowners that are building. Additionally, we're going to have 5 feet tall buildings because you go up 13 feet, you go 27, you have a house that can be about this big. Secondarily, and I'm not saying this for me to be about my money, but if my neighbor knocks his house down and builds it on stilts, and I'm down there, my property value is going to be lower because why is your house low and his high? Oh, well, because the newer stuff says that if we have a flood coming through, your house is going to be hit first. So the value of my property is going to go down. And there's a lot of us that are going to be down for that new construction that's going to maybe be forced to be at 13 feet elevation. Just a thought. I mean, I think property values will really be impacted by this all over. This is just from the oceanfront side, but Balboa Island completely as well. Secondarily, I think we've become aware of perhaps why the problem is being put up, why FEMA is short of funds. So I think I'm going to look at the West Coast. I don't think it's just a Newport Beach problem, and I think we could probably accomplish more. I know Simone has said he's talked to other cities, but if they're going up and down the coast looking for problems, I think that as a city, our mayors could unite and perhaps come up with something as a plan to go in amends or go along with their plans so that they're not so hard on all of us, not just us. So I don't know, I just think it's a bigger problem than just our city, and I think it's a bigger economic problem than just flood insurance.
Thank you.
Brian Ozonian. So I find myself in harm's way. Balboa Island property, Peninsula property. Gee, I have 3 insurances on both. I have 6. That's earthquake, hazard, and flood. And I take the flood on the peninsula just because, in case you're wrong. So my experience is 45 years building goes like this. There's a disaster, there's a flood, and then all the people that have to rebuild don't have enough insurance for a building ordinance change. They're forced, they want to rebuild. This happened like in the Malibu fires. There wasn't enough money to effectuate the change in the building ordinance. And true, you'll have a home that, hey, I'll repair mine on the ground, and someone will say from the city, no, we have a FEMA restriction on how low you can build your home. And so you'll have this disparity, kind of like a bar chart all over. It'll take Balboa Island completely apart as far as the charm. But I think the study is really good, and I don't know if there is a mayor's convention on the West Coast like there is throughout the United States where you all get together and chat, but it would certainly seem like it would behoove us to join forces and to see what others are doing. And maybe this is the first step of that, to do that, because power in numbers. And we are being picked on because we're supposedly, we're not going to say anything. And I think it's really important we do say something. I had a question for staff, and that is, can I talk to him later about the effects of this study on my home, my properties specifically? Similar to what we did with the aviation direction and what was happening with airspace, where you could actually find your home and it'll tell you the decibel rise or decrease. If that's possible, that'd be great.
Yes, it is. Thanks, Brian. Councilwoman Dixon.
Excuse me, thank you. Just to answer that question, there is, and Dave, you and I were just emailing about this today, the Coastal Communities Coalition. I know Councilmember O'Neill and I have recently talked about this. Newport Beach is a part of it, as are going south and going north. I don't know if, I haven't attended any meetings. I mean, are they looking at the FEMA insurance study situation?
I haven't seen it on the agenda, Ms. Dixon, but I think it'd be a perfectly appropriate subject to raise with them.
And make this a front burner issue. All right, thanks.
Any other public comments on this item? Yes, Councilor.
Good afternoon, Paul Meyer. I just wanted to thank Dave Kiff for great information. I know that I'm standing here representing about 15 people on Balboa Island in Newport, the North Bayfront, who previously sent a note when seawall height was being evaluated. We just wanted to inform the council we really appreciate the incremental approach, and I know that Councilman Herdman really appreciates that, living there and seeing it every day. So thank you very much. Just keep us informed, and we appreciate especially Dave Kiff. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none, any comments from the dais or questions? Thank you very much. Next item 4, staff. I'm sorry, item 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I wanted to introduce this item that a number of you will not have heard before, but it is something I've worked on with Mr. Piotr and Mr. Duffield and Mr. Avery, and it involves mooring administration and a little bit more in Newport Harbor. I have a brief presentation I wanted to make with you, and then certainly welcome your comments and questions and those of the public. So as you folks know, we have about 1,220 moorings onshore and offshore. This is just kind of where they are, and a number of them are assigned to various groups, including the Balboa Yacht Club, Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Lido Isle Community Association has a lot of onshore moorings there. The county has a few of them. Those are over county tidelands. The majority, though, are held individually with permits. The city has a contract right now with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and basically they manage the moorings for us. And what that means is they assign moorings to someone who might be coming in on a transient basis if the mooring is vacant. They'll handle all the paperwork at the Harbor Patrol offices. Importantly, they will take care of your boat if there's some major wind or storm event or something's happened to it. So there's a towing, an urgent and emergent towing service. The cost for this service is about $313,000 a year. We're in the middle year of a 5-year contract. It's slated to go up to about $330,000 by 2019. And the contract was entered into in 2016. There's a 90-day notice to cancel. I wanted to let you know that I sent the Sheriff's Department notice of cancellation at the end of March, March 31st. That plays into what we're going to talk about next. So the concept is that starting in July 1st, 2017, we would move towards a different model. And that model would have rely more on technology. It would rely more on private contractors. It would involve the city activities, specifically at Marina Park, with the goal being a little bit more friendly process. And nothing against the Harbor Patrol. Generally, though, they're all guys and gals with badges and uniforms, and that does tend to put a different stamp on messaging to our visitors and to our mooring holders and to our residents. We would think about, among other things, a different operational model, this model would not be 24/7, 365, although the towing certainly would be if there was an emergent need with a boat. But overall, we'd try to use smartphone apps and online services to provide for a better rental basis. We'd have office hours at Marina Park. And that's kind of the differences between the current model and our model. The critical issues that need to be explored from here forward, we do need to make sure this model is safe and efficient and welcomed by the mooring community. We need to look better at hours of operations and maybe focusing on more people during the high use times, maybe a little bit less during the low use times. Remember, the Harbor Patrol uses a consistent model, generally the same amount of staffing, 24/7, 365. We'd like to use at least June 15th to September 15th as a pilot and testing program for this. We need to work on a budget and staffing. We're assuming that there's $320,000 available to do this. There probably needs to be a harbor master role, at least in relating to moorings. We think we could utilize some of our existing staff, but more part-time staff and volunteers, people who have a passion and interest and love for the harbor that might want to be part of this model. We would need to enter into a new contract for emergency and urgent towing. The next steps also involve making sure that the Newport Mooring Association is comfortable with this. Harbor stakeholders, residents along the edge of the harbor need to be comfortable with it. We also would like the Harbor Commission's input, and should you move this forward or indicate a willingness to move it forward, we'll ask the Harbor Commission to weigh in on it in May 2017, so their next meeting. And then we need to acquire a vessel or two. These could be rented or leased initially. These are some of the kind of vessels we might be looking at. It's less the Harbor Patrol style, which is a heavier boat. This would be a lighter boat like a catamaran that could get around the harbor arguably faster with less wake and hopefully provide that kind of fast service that the moorings would need. So is there more after this is a question we get. Probably. The goal is a customer service centered harbor, again, one that might be a little bit more welcoming, more in a Newport style of things. And then to try to make it make more sense to people, that maybe there's just one phone number to contact for all harbor services, that the visitor experience is improved, there's better visitor knowledge of amenities and resources. We probably will have to start doing more on-water code enforcement. I think that can be a good thing, especially for our residents, and that involves anything from making sure the noise is minimized with charter boats, to making sure time limits are adhered to on piers, fishing standards, et cetera. I also think there's a discussion we're talking about is what additional services can we provide? How can we add value to the mooring holders, maybe with a shoreboat service that may make it more convenient?
Mr.
So
Kiff?
your comments are welcome, comments and direction. And I close by saying there's always going to be a role for the Harbor Patrol. This is not an attempt to boot them out of the harbor, because they have a critical law enforcement role, especially as it relates to offshore kinds of things, whether it's immigration or drug interdiction. So with that, I'll close and certainly welcome your comments.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Kiff. A couple questions. Give me a historical context, if you will. When did ever the city of Newport Beach control the harbor?
I don't know that we ever did.
So it's always been under the control of the county?
Well, remember, it's kind of mixed control. The harbor resources or the harbor function has always been with the city, and that's generally been about permits and docks and dredging and things like that. But certainly all on-water activity has been the Harbor Patrol.
And so you do focus on moorings, so, and excluding docks. So we're just talking, that's really the only change proposed or contemplated is how we administer, manage, enforce issues related to moorings only.
Yes, but there's a but to the yes. The Sheriff's Harbor Patrol has indicated to us that if we take over mooring administration from them, they are not interested in continuing a service that they do today, which is more relating to times of use for the piers, fishing on the piers. So they've said that, city, you're going to need to pick that up. So it's a little bit more than just moorings.
So there's still a little bit more negotiating. There are elements that would have to be, obviously, a lot to be determined.
They've been pretty clear about saying they're not going to do some things after July 1st.
So coincidentally, last night I had a Central Newport Beach Association residents meeting, and they didn't even know this item was on today's study session agenda, and they said, what can we do about squatters on moorings? Who under this proposed harbor master type concept, what could and frankly, and not to be overly critical of the Harbor Patrol, their issue was the Harbor Patrol, and that residents will call the Harbor Patrol and no one returns their calls, and they've asked them to meet with the Residents Association and they don't get any response. Would that type of situation be improved under your proposal?
That would be the primary goal of this proposal, is to be more customer service oriented, not just for the mooring permit holders, but for the residents that would interact with the harbor.
Well, my initial reaction, until we get into more details, I commend you and council members Duffield and Avery and Piotr for looking at this. And I know many of my residents have similar feelings because they are affected by moorings and are part of the mooring association or know people who are, and it's really important to people in my district, so I appreciate this. So thank you. Good discussion.
Councilman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, sorry.
You guys are such good friends now, since O'Neill's going to save you insurance money. Councilman O'Neill first.
Yeah, just call me Geico. So, Dave, we've sent a notice of termination of the contract already. Is there a way to? Let's assume for a moment that at the end of June we don't have all of the critical issues in place. I'm looking at the pilot testing period from June 15th to September 15th. Respectfully, I wouldn't call it that, because at that point, it's ours, and there is no testing period. It is on us immediately. And so I'm curious, if we don't have these critical issues done, is there a way to rescind our notice of termination? I'm a little concerned about this, admittedly, because I'm glad that you spoke to Councilman Avery and Duffield and, well, Mayor Pro Tem Duffield and Councilman Piotr. I'm hearing this now, so I'm curious, what are the ramifications of us if we are not prepared on July 1st?
So, very good questions. Please know that we as staff take that very seriously and said, we didn't quite say a bad word, but say, we've got to get this right. But the Sheriff's Department has told us that they would love to get out of this and not do this anymore. They did that as soon as I sent the notice. It was like, well, thank goodness, because this is something that they consider to be a financial drain on them. At the same time, we have a great relationship with Lieutenant Alsobrook, and he said, we'll work with you through the transition. If you need more time, I expect him to say he'll be there to support us. But I do expect them to say, we do not want to do this anymore. So I think that's why they're being so helpful in passing this off.
Okay. That actually concerns me a little more. If the Orange County Sheriff's Department is loving to get rid of this because it's a financial drain and we're about to take on the responsibilities, have we run a fiscal analysis of how much more this is going to cost above and beyond the amount that we would be paying the Sheriff's Department?
Well, remember, Mr. O'Neill, that the concept behind this is a distinctly different model. Right now, the Harbor Patrol model is 24/7, 365 days a week with sworn law enforcement. This model would be much more focused on high use times and maybe some regular patrols, but not that same kind of service that the Harbor Patrol does. We'd use more technology that people, if they wanted to rent a mooring, let's say, Mr. Piotr articulates this better than I do. You can come in at 6 o'clock on a Sunday evening, and we may not be there, but you may know from your smartphone app that you can stay at this mooring, or you can pull into Marina Park, and someone will greet you in the morning, almost like a campground, and then take you to your mooring, and you'll be able to pay for it online, and just like a Park Mobile or an application. So we're optimistic this will be significantly less expensive, but it's admittedly, it's a very different model.
Okay, so I'll just come back around to the first question, which was if we're getting into June and finding that this isn't quite working or we don't have it set up, maybe it's a better question for Mr. Harp. Aaron, can we rescind the notice of termination at any point?
Well, we probably have to work out some interim deal with the county, because we've already basically given the notice of termination. They're planning on the contract being canceled. There wouldn't really be a financial mechanism for them to receive compensation from us after it's been terminated. However, I'm sure we could come up with some type of interim, or potentially we come up with an interim agreement if we needed to.
Okay.
But that would be subject to negotiation.
All right.
Councilman Jeff Avery. Councilman Brad Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things, and there are some unknowns here, but we spent quite a bit of time on it, and certainly Councilman O'Neill's questions are certainly warranted. But just to give some background on it, we need to, when people talk about this, we need to split off the mooring portion and the patrol portion. So those are two different things largely. Obviously, patrol looks at moorings to a certain extent, but also we want to have a little more of a robust presence on the harbor. So then also, the Harbor Patrol has no intention of going away, and they will continue to do their patrols. They've told us that at the same level. So that's something there, although they, to the degree where they'll step in. And they also said they would certainly step in an emergency situation. So they'd continue to do their patrols. They would certainly take action when they saw something that needed action. But things like code enforcement, they probably wouldn't participate in. So it'll be interesting to see how this marries up. And obviously, we'll need to work closely with them. They're still valued partners. Previously, we've had a complaint-based culture in terms of code enforcement on the harbor, where, unless a resident complained, the noise from a charter boat would continue. And when we talk about noise, it's not just charter boats, it's all boats. So if it's someone who's rented one of the new big catamarans, self-driving, and they've got the stereo blaring, that's part of it. So we really shouldn't mention one specific boat, although we tend to do so, but there's plenty of private vessels that exceed the noise ordinance in the harbor. And we've got basically in the harbor, what makes us really different is it's a residential community, 1,200 homes. So it's incumbent upon us to deliver a level of service and protect the homes and the other boaters on the bay from a code enforcement standpoint. And also, I think most people have been around the harbor. The intensity level of use in the harbor has definitely picked up, particularly in the summertime and all weekends. And all boaters have a right to use the harbor, but there are now, with paddle boarders and Duffies and all the yachts and everything else, there are just boats coming closer together. There's more points of contact and all the rest of it. And the whole idea here is when that's all going on at peak periods, we have our people out there, and if any, more than anything, certainly not writing tickets, although eventually it may come to that, but it's to just try to educate and let people know that we care. We care about how loud their stereo is. We care about how fast they're going. And that we'll end up doing activity-based patrols, so they won't be constant patrols. They'll be based on the known spikes of activity that occur in the harbor at known times. Those that are in the harbor a lot, like Chuck, know that you go out there 10 o'clock on a Monday morning, there's very little going on. And then you go out on a Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, and there's still not a lot going on. There's fishing boats coming out from the dunes to go fishing and that kind of thing. But at about noon, it lights off. And all of a sudden, for about 4 or 5 hours, there's an intensity that's pretty strong. And then it dissipates. And so those are times when we really feel we should have more patrols on the harbor. And we also think we can patrol without, we can have a single individual in a boat rather than 2, for instance. And the Harbor Patrol does a mixture of things, but we've seen up to 3 on a boat patrolling, 1, 2. We're not sure what sets that up, but we spent a lot of time thinking about this. But it's certainly to Councilman O'Neill's point, it's certainly not without risk. There is some risk of sort of just jumping in here, and the thought that there's no safety net, particularly on the moorings and all that. So we're going to have to get this right. And I know staff, led by Mr. Kiff, have been working strong on this for the last couple of weeks when it finally became apparent that this is something we were really serious about doing. And it's something we've been talking about on the Harbor Commission off and on for a while, just sort of trying to figure out how we can deliver more service and an increased enjoyment of the harbor for all users. That's the main thing. We don't want steady state, and we want to make the harbor more welcoming for all visitors and make it a more pleasant experience for residents when they're out on their decks in the evenings and that kind of thing. And just when people go down the harbor, it's sort of, I'll just go off a little bit here, but just say that I've noticed the harbor is moving toward more of a river sort of mentality in terms of some user groups. And so we want to just very politely remind them they're in a community and there are lots of users and everybody has a right to the quiet and pleasurable enjoyment of the harbor. So those are sort of the high points of it. But and very much so, I think the pilot program is what we're going to be doing in the summer and taking a lot of feedback and fine-tuning it. That's all I have. Sorry to go on so long.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councilman O'Neill, we do a lot with the moorings with our staff as it is. And Chris Miller will share with you that and when there's a derelict boat situation, their department goes through quite an extensive amount of hours to complete that. We don't, the sheriffs don't do any of that paperwork and all of that and gathering up of monies. I can't imagine how much time Shannon's been spending on the derelict boat issues. Is that correct? Right. So we already do things with this. We do a lot of the collections. I just already said that. Things like the sea lions. We pay Chuck South to go out sometimes and help us with getting rid of the sea lions. And those are on the boat moorings, the boats when the owners aren't on the boats. The liveaboards, we do have some interaction with them, and Chris Miller has to deal with some of the liveaboards, correct? So there's always been this kind of crossover. They don't really do everything to the moorings. The moorings is basically a property management job in a way. And then anything that's at night or there's a problem, say there's a big storm and a boat breaks loose. The sheriffs aren't going to go out and go save that boat necessarily, i.e. my boat broke loose in a 50-knot squall and ended up hitting 3 or 4 and thankfully all was well when it finally landed on the docks. And I came down in the morning and I moved it back. The sheriffs didn't do it, okay? And in our model, we want to have CTOW and vessel assist and these people to step up and help out, because as a boat owner, when my boat broke loose, I would be happy to pay CTOW if I was out of state or I was traveling or whatever to get it back. You know, this isn't inclusive when there's an emergency that your mooring, your boat mooring has a hiccup, that the city will pick up all the costs of getting you back on it, okay? So this is a model that we're going to experiment with, and we really have thought a lot about this. It's not, and we do not want it to cost more. In fact, we think with technology, we can make it cost less. We did not have a marina park, 5 years ago. We have a marina park now. We have staff there. Let's use it. There's moorings right out in front. And then, let's talk about adding more cluck for your buck. Let's talk about a service dock, both at Basin Marine and at Marina Park for the mooring holders to use. They don't have one now. Get that going. Those are the kinds of things that should make this life on the moorings better. We're not doing this to cheapen the program up. We just think we can streamline it, the transferability when you go to find out what's available. It's very difficult now. You have to go talk to one person and she tells you what's available, or she doesn't know. Sally down there, been there forever, and so we want to make it more transparent, make it easier to get rid of your mooring, to get a new mooring, to know what's available, know what they're paid for, the whole gamut. I think it's just going to be a much better model.
Councilman Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And not to repeat a lot of the things that have already been said, but reality, we pushed in order to take this over. It probably should have been started earlier, but the critical thing here is that there aren't that many tasks that they're doing that are urgent that we can't take over right away. And those tasks are things like the mooring transfers, temporary mooring rentals. We can hire CTOW the first day out. We have a place for people to go with Marina Park. I understand that my NB can be updated pretty quick so that a visiting boat coming in can get a lot of that information without having to stop at the Sheriff's Patrol. And then we can take time over the next year to figure out how to implement our better service model, and whether we outsource or do a part-time lifeguard type of an arrangement. So what the Harbor Patrol is doing that we're going to actually come in and take over July 1 isn't that significant that we can't handle with our staff or with a small supplement of the staff. Would you say that that's accurate, Mr. Kiff? And then how we improve that model, we have time. So what we're coming in and taking over July 1, I mean, for crying out loud, if you go in there and you pay a temporary mooring, the Sheriff's Patrol gets out their little receipt book with their carbon paper in there and writes your receipt. You couldn't have a more inefficient model in some of those things that they're doing because they're law enforcement. They're not property managers. So I look forward to coming in and figuring out how we're going to do a better job and serve the harbor better, and hopefully for less money. Thank you.
Mr. Kiff, before we go to the public, do you need more direction from the council? No. Thank you. Public comments.
Mayor Muldoon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier.
This sounds, from what we've heard, like it's potentially a good change. My concern about it is that the existing contract was approved by the full council on November 24th, 2015, and I find it a little disturbing that a major change in the contract seems to have been made before seeking consent or approval of that by a majority of the council. And from what we've heard, it sounds like even some of the resident groups that might be impacted by this, and even the mooring holders, did not have a chance to participate in the decision to change the model. So I find that problematic and disturbing. Thank you.
Mr. Kiff, is it in your purview to make this decision?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did consult with the city attorney's office to make sure. I probably asked 2 or 3 times are you sure? Are you sure? And Aaron and Michael both provided that the contract allows the city manager or his designee to issue that notice of termination.
Thank you. Other comments?
Brian Ozonian. I feel hurt, Dave. You didn't ask me. I have 30 talking points in my head about this. Not that I'm against it. I think it's great that we're doing it. But the first thing is the massive amount of boats that the sheriffs have, and the maintenance and the capital cost. We haven't got into that, but 5 times a week, at least, those boats are lit up at full throttle going down the harbor. And they're going as full out, saying there's something really important. Now, I don't know their destination, but they're all lit up all hours of the night. My experience is I have watched all the boats in front of my home be cared for by the Harbor Patrol. I'll speak on their behalf. I've seen them, the boats come loose, and I've seen them in January 20th this year. It was like a white squall. And those guys were out there really working hard. So I had a different view because I'm concerned about law enforcement. We're going to put city staff out there. My backyard with no fence is supervised by that Harbor Patrol. One way or the other, it's a line of defense. Got the police on one side and we got the Harbor Patrol on the other, and sometimes they're working together. Having family in law enforcement, I know it's not a one-shoe-fits-all. So I'm kind of curious, part of my 30 points is, where is law enforcement taken on in a minor basis, a major basis by our city, and left to the sheriff? And I can give you one example, and that was Natalie Wood's death out at Catalina, where there was a policy change, and there was confusion, and there was a response that was delayed, and she died. And there were resources closer, but there was a policy change. Now, I'm not trying to make an extreme here to make the case, but I am saying the lines can be blurred, especially in this transition period. So, like Mr. Mosier said, I wish there would have been a little more time. I had a lot of questions and concerns, but it is past the point of no return. That's what it is. We have a sea lion problem all the time. I like Chuck. He's a great caretaker for the harbor. I've never seen him help with sea lions, though. I don't know. That slide you had, Chuck Smith before, Chuck Smith after. Chuck is up there taking care of sea lions all the time, but there's specific rules about chasing off sea lions. And my experience with the Harbor Patrol is we go out there, and the only thing that deters them that's within our parameters or our paradigm is our red boat. They see the red boat, and they dive back in the water. So I didn't see any red boats there on the slide. But that is a problem because they're an endangered species. You can't hose them. You can't do a lot of things for sea lions. I don't know what Chuck uses, but it's a problem in the harbor for those that live aboard, those that park their boats in the moorings, and that's sea lion management. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward.
I'm Dan Gribble. I'm a mooring holder, a member of the Mooring Association, and local boater in the boat business as well. And I commend you on this plan. I think it's great. I didn't know it was in the works, but I think it's great. And I think that maybe the concerns about the Harbor Department stopping doing their job is not going to happen. I mean, if there's still emergencies, they're going to be roaring up the bay. My own personal experience, however, is kind of like Duffy's, that I can recall a couple of Christmases ago, we were out and taking our boat out, and there was literally in front of Balboa Yacht Club, there was a boat adrift, and their motor had quit, and there were two Harbor Patrol guys just sitting there in their boat watching, and we ended up towing them into the dock. And so I don't know where that line is either of what is the Harbor Department's responsibility and what this new group's, the city's responsibilities would be. But I can say that to be helpful would be really good. And to do things that serve boaters would be really great. And as a mooring holder, some of the ideas around offering more services in particular for mooring holders to make it easier, having other services around the bay that are managed by the city, where there'd be numbers you could call, people you could talk to, websites you could get onto, like with Active Captain or even things like that. I think it'd be terrific. So I really support this, and I commend you for doing this work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Paul Blank. I am the current chairman of the Harbor Commission, and I'm generally in favor of where this is headed. This is, however, the first time I'm hearing of it, and I'm not exactly sure what will be expected of us at the May meeting. Looks like the decision has been made, the action has been taken, and the pilot will take place. If you're expecting specific action from us or specific recommendation for us at our May meeting or before you implement this, we're going to need to know about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Kenny? No? Any other pub?
Good afternoon, Carter Ford, representative of the Newport Mooring Association. We commend your courage to move forward with this level of dispatch. We certainly commit to you a support of the resources of the Newport Mooring Association. We appreciate the commitment to be involved. These boaters do spend a lot of time out there. Were you referring to 1,200 boats as homes, Brad, or the waterfront house? Waterfront houses, the ones with the piers. In any event, the boats are significant to people, and particularly during this transition and going forward, if I personally were to have a number one concern, it would be the continuation and who is to provide this continuation of responses to what I'll call medical and property protection emergencies. Those are very real. People die out on the harbor at times, heart attacks, and so the response, the police don't have boats. This is something that we encourage you to, and I'm sure you care and you will figure that out before getting out of the airplane without a parachute, because those things will come up. So thank you for your efforts and for letting us know so we could come and express our support. And I lost my bet with Kevin as to whether I was going to stay seated today or speak up. So thank you, councilors.
Thank you, Carter. Any other comments? Seeing none. Yes, Mr. Kiff.
Mr. Mayor, Chris and I can maybe try to answer some of the issues raised. Again, I want to put this in the right context. This is about the mooring administration side, and that was going to be 95% of what I was going to talk about today. But then the Harbor Patrol, again, did say to us they're probably not going to enforce Title 17 kinds of issues. So that is enforcing our own harbor code in Title 17, things like, again, time limits for dinghies on public piers and fishing on public piers. They still will have their same robust law enforcement and fire suppression and emergency medical services. This is not contemplating changing that. And maybe, as to sea lions, maybe Chris can help educate us. We are the ones who contract with Chuck South to do the sea lion mitigation. I'm not sure to what extent the Harbor Patrol does, but please fill in any blanks I left.
Thank you. I do rely on the Harbor Patrol as kind of a first responder to sea lions, and they do put the effort into it. And in the past year, under their leadership with Lieutenant Alsabrook, I've seen a huge improvement in this past year than other years. Be that as it may, sea lions are more prevalent, at least they're more boisterous in the fall, and typically that's when we augment the Harbor Patrol's activities with South Mooring Company. And you may not see him, but his crew is generally out from 8 o'clock in the evening till maybe midnight or 1 o'clock. And they're all over the harbor, only in the hot spots, though. And so they just spray them off with water. And actually, one last point, we do have quite a bit of latitude on how we can deter sea lions from being on the boats. So we rely on a mix of both, but more than likely we'll be relying more and more on folks like South Mooring Company.
Thank you. Councilman Avery.
Yeah, I just think the way to look at this in terms of the patrol side of it is we are augmenting what has already been happening on the harbor and just adding to it. And I think that's the way to look at it. And then down the line, we'll adjust, and perhaps the sheriffs will adjust. But it's just basically the city sort of having some presence on the harbor, representing the residents and boaters.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests of comment at this time. Thank you, staff. Public comments on agenda and non-agenda items, please come forward. Leilani, are you going to? Okay. All right, seeing none. Mr. Harp.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. The City Council will adjourn to closed session to discuss items 4A through D, including meeting with legal counsel, to discuss the existing litigation entitled Paul Mathias versus City of Newport Beach, meeting with the city's labor negotiators, City Manager Dave Kiff, Assistant City Manager Carol Jacobs, and Human Resources Director Barbara Salvini, as well as Peter Brown, to discuss negotiations with the Newport Beach Police Association and the Association of Newport Beach Ocean Lifeguards. The council will also meet to discuss the performance of the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk, as well as meeting with their labor negotiator, council member Diane Dixon, discuss labor negotiations with the council appointees, and the council appointees will be recusing themselves from those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. We are recessed till 7 o'clock. We are regular session, April 11th, 2017, regular meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present. Councilmember Priato is just not seated at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Harp, is there a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. There's no closed session report this evening.
All right, let's please rise and do the pledge led by Councilmember Dixon.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Thank you. We have a special guest this evening, Don McKeon, author of 100-Year Walk. We'll be doing the invocation. Don?
Thank you. My name is Dawn McKean. I am a journalist, an author, a wife, and a resident of Newport Beach. But I'm also a granddaughter of an incredible man, Stepan Mishyan, who recorded his survival of the Armenian genocide in visceral detail. After my family discovered his long-lost journals, I spent a decade bringing his story to life in my book, The 100-Year Walk, an Armenian Odyssey. My grandfather's account is a testimony to a crime against humanity that Turkey still denies occurred, which took more than 1 million lives during the last days of the Ottoman Empire. This month marks the 102nd anniversary of the genocide. I would like to read from the 100-Year Walk now. The selection is a peek into my family's life not long after the Ottoman government forcibly deported the Armenians from their homes. At the time, my grandfather was separated from his family and on a cattle car with his labor battalion. Around midnight on that dreary night, a cattle car pulled out of the darkness and into Chai Station. Stepan's brother Arminag tried to catch his breath. With his sisters trailing him, he had sprinted there from his tent, pitched in the nearby field where the Mishyan family had been living. He did this whenever he heard the siren's call, always hoping it carried his soldier brother Stepan. Peering inside the compartments, Arminag could tell it held a labor company, a good sign. But he couldn't find his little brother. Had he received false information? Stepan should have been calling him by now, shining a light, something. Yet the cars remained still like a ghost train. In one car, Arminag approached a work serviceman. No, Stepan wasn't there. Precious time elapsed. He asked another, who directed him to another car. Still no luck. Arminag had one last car to check. He found someone from back home who knew Stepan. Nudged awake, Stepan learned his brother was outside, loyal Arminag, whom he hadn't seen in more than half a year. Already, Stepan had dozed away precious time, and now he had less than 2 minutes remaining before the train left. With the guard sleeping nearby, he grabbed onto the high iron window and pulled himself up. Glancing out, he could see his brother, his face inches from his. How he'd longed for this reunion, and it was almost gone. Arminag pushed a small pouch through the bars. It had money, Stepan could see. He couldn't accept it, and he shoved it back into his older brother's hands. The locomotive hissed. It was about to depart. One final time, Arminag forced the pouch back, besting him like a game of hot potato. "You need it more than I do," Arminag insisted. The brothers began weeping. "Kiss everyone for me," Stepan said. "Goodbye." The eastbound train rocked away, widening the distance between the two. Arminag grew smaller by the second, like a lost kite, until he disappeared completely into the expansive night. Stepan laid awake, reflecting on the sadness of it all. Was that our last conversation, he wondered? The moment weighed as heavy as his fatigue, to which he eventually succumbed. From there, my grandfather was pushed east into what's now Syria. There, behind a hill, nearly everyone in his caravan of thousands was killed. When I retraced my grandfather's death march across Turkey and Syria, almost a century later, I found the family of the Muslim sheikh who saved my Christian grandfather's life and was able to say thank you. I was reminded of the ripple effect of one kind act. 4 generations of my family are now alive because of that. My grandfather was one of the few to survive the genocide and bear witness. He believed it was his responsibility to tell the world about what happened. I believe it's mine, too. I would like to thank the city of Newport Beach, Mayor Kevin Muldoon, and the rest of the city council for marking the genocide's anniversary this month. Will you please bow your heads with me? Let us pray, each one of us, according to our own individual beliefs. Let us remember today all of those whose lives were lost during the genocide. May their souls rest in peace and their names not forgotten. May we learn from this tragedy and all of the other genocides that followed. Let us remember the strength of those who survived and rose up to help establish a thriving community for future generations. May we have the courage as individuals and a community to stand up when the rights of others are in jeopardy. As we gather here to make decisions for our community this evening, let us pray for the dignity and humanity of all people. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the moving rendition of your family struggle in the book entitled The 100-Year Walk, somewhat chronicling from a personal side the story of the Armenian genocide. Madam Clerk.
Notice to the public. The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode.
Okay, city announcements. First, this afternoon, we overlooked one party to receive a proclamation. The Newport Beach Tennis Club are in attendance. Representatives from Newport. Oh, Mr. Joyce, would you please come forward? Yes. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have a proclamation for you and your membership.
Thanks.
Read it to you. Yeah. Whereas the Newport Beach Tennis Club was established in 1966 and is one of the most prestigious tennis clubs in the country. Whereas Newport Beach Tennis Club sits on 7.5 pristine acres in the heart of Newport Beach, my district. Whereas the Newport Beach Tennis Club is zoned as parks and recreation in the City of Newport Beach's general plan. Whereas the P&R zoning district is intended to provide for areas appropriate for land used or proposed for active public or private recreational use. Whereas allowed uses within the PR zoning district include aquatic facilities, golf course, tennis clubs and courts, and similar recreational facilities. Whereas the City of Newport Beach, whereas Newport Beach Tennis Club, catchy name, provides an invaluable service to the community through the provision of first-class tennis facilities and instructions. Whereas Newport Beach Tennis Club has hosted several professional events, including the Davis Cup. Whereas the Newport Beach Tennis Club strives to serve its customers' needs through memorable social events, tournaments, impeccable customer service, I'm not sure that's totally accurate actually, and successful junior tennis programs. Now, therefore, I, Kevin Muldoon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby recognize the Newport Beach Tennis Club. Would you like to say any remarks?
Thank you very much. You're right, the customer service when you're there isn't so good because you're hanging with me.
That's right. Want to take a picture by the flag?
Thank you, and I'd like to thank all my members that came in to partake in this also.
Sure. Maybe, Mr. Mayor, if the members who arrived too also want to take a picture together around the flags, you're welcome to come on up. Don't be shy. Everybody.
rules. Okay, and since I went first through that proclamation, now may be the appropriate time for me to request a place on a future agenda, a discussion to move the President Reagan statue to our Civic Center sculpture garden. The Reagan statue now sits in a lonely cul-de-sac where it's been vandalized and neglected. I think this is not fitting of a statue honoring a former president. When I ran for office, I campaigned on moving the statue to its original intended home, the Civic Center. At a campaign event on Balboa Island, I told the artist, Marion Baker, that I intended to do so. Now, with the sculpture garden on the agenda this evening, I think it's time to discuss returning the Reagan statue to its intended home. Thank you. All right, so council announcements and new items to place on the agenda. Mr. O'Neill.
Very briefly, I had the honor of going to the police appreciation breakfast. Phenomenal job by everyone involved. Quick reminder for everyone, I have office hours this Thursday, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Newport Coast Community Center. It is remarkably well attended, so please join the crowd. And then I'm going to be reading and singing on Fabulous Friday on Friday at 4 p.m. in the Central Library as part of National Library Appreciation Week. So, singing? I've been told singing. Hopefully reading only. Thank you.
Mr. Piotr. Mrs. Dixon.
Yes, I have a couple items. I'd like to agendize this item, parking strategies for Peninsula and Mariners Mile. We have a lot of economic activity going on and potentially on Mariners Mile and currently on Balboa Peninsula. I'd like staff and the community to engage in a discussion on parking and the lack or adequacy thereof. So that's that item. I have a couple of announcements. First item, I don't know if it's up there yet. I had the pleasure and the fun to attend movie in Marina Park last Friday night, and there were probably, I think staff estimates about 500 people there, if I'm not mistaken, families and children, and free popcorn. So it was really a fun evening and a beautiful setting. So thanks to our Recreation and Senior Services for a fun evening. I don't know if they ever found Dory, though. I think they were looking for Dory. Next, Council Member Herdman and myself, we were not asked to sing. I don't know why they didn't ask us to sing, but we did read stories to our young residents, which was a lot of fun for National Library Week. We have a terrific library and staff that put so much enthusiasm in these programs for our young people, so it was a lot of fun. And this morning, I had the honor also with Mr. Herdman to dedicate Sphere 112 up in our sculpture garden. It was originally installed, you may remember, in 2014 as part of one of the original sculptures, and thanks to the Arts Foundation, they have purchased and donated Sphere 112 to the city and to the people of Newport Beach. So we had a lovely dedication ceremony this morning. So thank you to the Arts Foundation, the Arts Commission, and all of those who are in the community who are supporting our arts and culture in our community. And on a more mundane note, I suppose, free document shredding. Get rid of all those papers. If you're cleaning up old paperwork as you prepare your taxes, keep that in mind. So you can help protect yourself from identity theft and fraud by safely shredding any documents, records, and items that contain personal and sensitive information. So Saturday, May 6th, I don't think that's this Saturday, that's in a couple of weeks, 8 a.m. to 12 at CR&R will offer free document shredding, and that's at the Big Canyon Reservoir parking lot right near Harbor High School, or Harborview School, on Marguerite and Pacific View Drive. And then one other item, there's not a slide to support this, I just wanted to publicly thank, for the record, the Archivist family for their generous donation of $2.5 million to our Orange County Girl Scouts, and that will, I think, close the financing gap for our beautiful Girl Scout Center that adjoins or on the same property of Marina Park. And so it would be wonderful now to see this be completed. I'm very grateful to the private support generous support of the family to our Girl Scouts in Orange County, that is in Newport Beach. And that is all my announcements. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Mayor Muldoon. Councilwoman Dixon just took care of the dedication this morning that I attended for Sphere 112. And this is National Library Week, and Will, Councilman O'Neill, be prepared to sing, because last night I attended, read, and sang at the pajama, whatever it was, pajama something, and really enjoyed it. Also want to compliment our Recreation and Senior Services staff on the Mayor's Bunny Roll that was held on Saturday. Great attendance, and just everybody having a great time. Got a lot of positive feedback from people who were in attendance. And I guess the last thing I want to do is, as I'm moving into this position and working with boards and committees and commissions, I am continually impressed with how many people in this community step forward on a volunteer basis to help manage this city in the form of boards, commissions, and committees. Last week I attended my first Tidelands Water Quality Committee meeting, and Brad was in charge. I'm the vice chair. I'm not sure if you walked away with the same impression that I did, but the people that are on that committee are incredibly well informed, well educated, and just steeped in history as far as contributing to water quality in this city, contributing to our harbor. And then during my campaign, one of my goals was to attend every council, board, or commission meeting, which I did. And I just want to offer some praise and thanks to all the people that step forward in this committee and do such an outstanding job in terms of managing and governing this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I got one more. It's up on the screen. I'm going to have my first town hall meeting on May 1st, following the tradition of Councilwoman Dixon and now Councilman Avery. It'll be held here in the community room right across there, 6:30 p.m. on May 1st. Thanks to Tara Finnegan, Deputy City Manager, Public Relations. She's helping me put the agenda together, and it should be an interesting and good evening for all of those in District 5 who attend. Thank you.
I heard that's going to be in a musical format.
I will not be singing.
Oh, okay. Mr. Avery.
I won't be singing anywhere anytime soon. I also attended the police breakfast, and that was a real highlight, actually. Just another example of what a great community we have and a great police department, and everybody just coming together and acknowledging that and how fortunate we are in that regard. Also, as my table mate here said, I did try to run the first water quality meeting, but of course went in apprehensive, and my apprehensions were confirmed by the amount of knowledge in the room. There were about 20 people around the table. I won't name names, but I think most of you know many of them, and they're just terrific. And water quality is so important to this town, and to have such a committed group, staff, citizens, and experts who are in it really full time. So it's an honor to lead the committee, but I really shouldn't use the word lead. I'm just there to sort of just try to keep the meeting moving and make sure everybody's heard, and try to make it, as the committee has said, try to make a difference in water quality this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duffield.
I have none, but I did go to the police breakfast. Give me that credit. It was very good.
I'm sorry, and I believe Councilwoman Dixon had another announcement.
One more, thank you, Mayor. Just to announce, the Finance Committee will be meeting this Thursday in the conference room. I think it's the Crystal Cove Conference Room at 3 p.m. on Thursday, and I'd love it to be standing room only, so you're all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Herdman, I believe you overlooked something.
Well, I don't see it on the agenda, future agenda items. I requested this at our last meeting, but I don't see it. I haven't seen it on the tentative agenda for the next meeting. I would still like to have Bayside Drive come back to the council. Thank you.
That's probably just finding its way through a roundabout. Yeah. All right, Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 16. Public comments are invited on consent calendar for members of the audience. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you. Council, any items to pull from the consent calendar before we go to public comment? Mr. O'Neill.
Item 6.
Item 6. Thank you. Mr. Piotr. Thank you. Mrs. Dixon? Yes, please.
On my mic. Number 7. I will recuse myself on item number 7, please.
Mr. Herdman.
And I will recuse myself on item 8 because of real property interest.
Mr. Avery.
I'll recuse myself from item 7 due to my association with Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
Mr.
And
Duffield.
I will recuse on item 7, Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and item 3, because I have commercial property on the waterfront.
Thank you. And I will be lodging a no vote on item 4, simply on the matter of the transfer fee increase. And then Mr. Harp, just to touch base, to double check, item 13, I don't think I have an issue. I just want to be sure.
Item what?
13, I'm just asking. No, I'm sorry, not 13, excuse me. $12.
I don't believe that relates to the telecoms in any way. Does it, George? No, you're fine.
Great, thank you. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Duffield, do we have a motion?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I move the balance of the consent calendar, items 1 through 16, with a recusal on item number 7 from council members Avery, Dixon, and myself, and a recusal on item number 8 from council member Herdman, with a recusal on item number 3 from myself, and with item number 6 pulled by council member O'Neill.
And a no vote by council member, or by Mayor Muldoon on item 4.
And a no vote on item number 4 by council member, or Mayor Muldoon.
All right, and do we have, before we go to the public, do we have any other clarifying comments? Looks like we may have one. Mr. Avery?
I will recuse myself on item number 3 as well.
So, could we amend that to reflect our recusal on item 3? Or Mr. Avery?
Duly noted.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
I'll second the motion.
All right, public comments.
Brian Ozonian. Well, I must say I wasn't prepared for the invocation today, but I am the grandson of the same situation as Ms. McKean, and I was deeply moved by her story. I would ask the council to pull item 4 from the consent calendar. I do have some comments that were not discussed previously, or they were in minor in the past couple of years, and hope that one of you can step forward and pull that item. Thank you.
Because no one has decided to pull the item, now is the appropriate time to make any comments?
Okay. I can talk on that issue.
Yes, you can.
Oh, well, I'd like to remind you that the State Lands Commission is to guarantee that people don't get gifted property or they aren't charged in abundance. Having said that, I have a new neighbor that moved in with 4 kids and they have a boat. And we discussed about renting my mooring. And I talked to Chris Miller, and he told me that the rule is you cannot rent your mooring out. So then I said to the man, well, why don't I just let you use it? Be a good neighbor. And Mr. Miller told me I can't do that, except for 30 days. Then I realized something's wrong with this, because the mooring to the east, the city rents it out, and they have for several years, and they take all the revenue. So I find myself asking and pleading with you to do 3 things. To allow permittees to rent their moorings and keep the fees, to allow guests of the mooring permittee to use the mooring at no charge, or their guests, and no limit, and to divide the fees from guest moorings 50-50 with the permittee as a credit on their annual bill. Now, those are 3 specific things that I don't think bother anybody, unless you have contentions with it. And we still have an issue of the excessive fees of the moorings. It's a sleeping dog. We talked about bringing this back. We have a new council. Lots of people worked real hard to get you where you are, and we need to discuss this. At 33 cents a square foot is where the State Lands Commission is. I've sent you documentation. I have the backup, and I think further discussion needs to be continued on this, and I don't know when and where we do that, but that's why I asked to pull the item, because we do have an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Some of those issues were addressed at the prior council meeting regarding the exclusive use for the permitted user at the time that they're using it, but that the revenue from that mooring be generated for the benefit of the city when it's not being used by the mooring holder. That's been the tradition in the city. I understand your desire to monetize it when it's not being used, or to lend it for a period longer than 30 days. But as it's constituted now, this is the plan that we've approved, and it's gone from the Harbor Commission up to City Council. We are one of the more expensive harbors in the whole state for mooring fees, and I agree with your position, and that's why I advocated for lowering it a couple of years ago, and perhaps it's something that we could revisit at the Harbor Commission level, because it's a low-cost boat access opportunity for mooring users. And I'm sorry that you missed the real debate, which was at the prior council meeting. This is a second reading. Any other public comments?
Mayor Muldoon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and of the 15 items that are left on the consent calendar, I wanted to comment on the last of those, number 16, which is the request that you will apparently be unanimously approving from the Anaheim Ducks to install a giant banner on advertising themselves on the Newport Pier, apparently at no cost to themselves. What I wanted to say about this is that a couple of months ago, you appointed Councilmember O'Neill to head up a little subcommittee that is reviewing the City Council's policies. And when you approve something like this, which seems to violate every rule that's in the policy that's attached to the staff report, it makes the public wonder whether our policies have any meaning at all. And to that, I would say, if it is the policy of the city to allow commercial advertisement of this sort under certain circumstances, it would seem the proper approach is to amend the policy to indicate when that exception applies, rather than simply pretending or waiving all the rules that the public thinks the city has in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I do think there's a distinction between the Ducks, who prior council members like Petros and Selch are big fans of, versus Coors Light or some other commercial group. But points well made, and perhaps we should address that at the council policy level that Mr. O'Neill is working on. All right, so seeing no other comments from the, oh, yes.
David Schenker, I'm an employee of the Anaheim Ducks, representing the consent number item number 16. As you may know, our team is about to embark on its journey into the Stanley Cup playoffs. We have had and held many numbers of events in Newport Beach and have very strong ties to the city, including our ownership who lives in the city, players who live in the city, employees who live in the city. 2 beach parties we threw the 2 prior seasons, and as of last Sunday, we also were involved in the Newport Beach Farmers Market, where we held a painted orange type campaign. We were selling nothing. Our only goal is to motivate the community because of our deep ties to the city of Newport Beach. There's really no selling of any items, and like you said, the comparison to a bigger commercial Coors Light, any other entity, is really not our goal. So I ask that our ties stay intact, and we appreciate the support of the Newport Beach community and its council members over the past seasons, where we were very, very fortunate to include the city of Newport Beach. Thanks.
Thank you.
W.R. Dilding, live on the Balboa Peninsula. I can remember the fireworks show off the Newport and the Balboa Piers at the city's 100th anniversary. But the most impressive fireworks I have ever seen down here were put on by the Ducks off of a barge just outside the jetty after they won the Stanley Cup. They've done a lot of work. My grandson is involved with them, and they've had a lot of activity for the youth down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any other comments? This is for consent calendar only. Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the dais. Don't see any.
One comment, I need to clarify why I'm recusing myself on item number 7, and that is because of the conflict in Newport Harbor Yacht Club membership.
Councilman Avery.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to state that my recusal on item number 3 is based on a potential conflict that impacts my employer. Yes, and I stated that. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Well, I stated it once, I'll do it again. On item 3, I have property, leased property on a commercial waterfront. And on item 7, I'm a member of Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance titles for items 3 and 4. Ordinance number 2017-8, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, deleting Newport Beach Municipal Code subsection 17.01.030A2 and amending Newport Beach Municipal Code subsection 17.01.030D1, 17.350.010A, 17.50.040A, and 17.50.050D relating to the city's waterfront project guidelines and standards, harbor design criteria, commercial and residential facilities. And ordinance number 2017-7, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending Newport Beach Municipal Code Title 17 relating to moorings. Mayor Pro Tem Duffield, if you can please vote or re-vote again.
Shows green.
Okay. The motion carries unanimously 7-0. 6 on the screen, but 7-0.
Thank you. Items removed. Excuse me. Items removed from the consent calendar. Item 6. Staff.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can shortcut it because I don't believe we need a staff report on this particular item. I pulled the item because the purpose of this item is to ensure that school buses are the primary purpose, the reason, at least the impetus behind it, is so that school buses are charged an hourly rate rather than a full day, so that we will encourage them to use the Balboa lot and hopefully go to the Discovery Cube's Ocean Quest. I support that. There's also a provision requesting the change for commercial buses that go to hourly over daily. I do not support that. And so my intention after public comments is to make a motion to approve the staff report as to school buses only.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item or requests here from staff from the dais? Yes.
I'll ask a question. So could you explain the original recommendation and why commercial buses were included in the recommendation?
Yes, the item was brought forward by Ocean Quest when they asked us actually for less expensive parking off the peninsula. And when staff took a look at that, we thought, why are we sending buses back and forth? Can we find a way to have them park on site in our Balboa Pier lot in the bus parking area? At the same time, we looked at the commercial use of the lot and found it's underused. We have 10 spaces set aside for buses. Revenue staff tells me buses pull in and unload or pull in to offload, and then they leave the area again because they don't want to pay the $100 flat rate. So we thought, well, could we also incentivize all buses to start using that parking lot and at least get some revenue actually and get them off the streets and parked?
Do you know where those commercial buses go once they unload their passengers?
We think that they're either just driving up and down Balboa Peninsula, or they're illegally parked at the curb until they're asked to move on. So there's snarling up traffic, especially during the peak hours.
Any other comments or requests of staff before we go to the public? All right, none at this time. Public comments on item 6. All right, seeing none. Is there a second for Councilman O'Neill's motion to approve as to the education-based buses?
Just briefly, maybe we could change the terms of school. Oh, I guess it's for school uses. Do you want to broaden that to like governmental uses or something of that nature? Government, school, kind of
not especially.
Okay.
It strikes me that the purpose of doing this is for educational purposes for Discovery Cube, so I would prefer to keep it for educational purposes only.
Okay.
And my concern, by the way, is that if we start incentivizing commercial buses, then the school buses will be forced out, and it will defeat the initial purpose of this. So if, for example, there is an underutilization after we have allowed school buses to do this, then perhaps bring back the commercial. But I would prefer that the commercial not push out the initial purpose of this.
Right, I'll second that. If we have to come back and look at it and see how the utilization is.
Councilman Avery.
No, I was just going to second, so thank you.
Mr. Piotr.
Okay, so what happens if you have a private school and they charter a bus to come to the Oceans? It's for education purposes, but they happen to be chartering a private bus.
In a commercial bus?
I believe that's school uses.
Yeah, the only suggestion I was making is kind of a commercial versus non-commercial use, but I can see limiting it to the school uses as well, but I think it would apply to private then.
What would apply?
So the school, the
rate
private
for
bus
school
would still get
uses.
the school use rate.
If it's being used for a school purpose,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, we're not taking any public comment on this. The window is passed. Do you have a special interest that you would like to? Go ahead.
My name is Marcel. I'm president of the Balboa Village Merchant Association. I'm all for Discovery Cube and those kids coming down to the beach and enjoying themselves and so forth. They probably pack $1 or $2 on them. You bring a commercial bus down there, they have credit cards, they got wallets. I know where the buses go. They park in the red with their hazards on, and they park, and the cops come up and tell them to move along. They park on the other side of the street. Those are the people that we need down here in the Balboa Village because they have wallets. They'll buy things. One thing that we have a hard time down there with is transportation and getting people to come to the village. So I oppose the full day $100 charge for commercial.
Thank you, sir. All right, do we have any more, Mr. Piotr? You already spoke on the matter? You're good. All right, seeing no more requests to speak, we have a motion and we have a second. So let's vote.
With Mayor Pro Tem Duffield, Council Members Dixon, Herdman, and Piotr voting no, the motion fails. 3-4.
I'll move staff's original recommendation.
I'll second.
Mr. Kiff, you have a comment you wanted to make? there any discussion we would like to have on this item to be approved as submitted by staff?
Well, I just want to say that I was convinced by Mr. Ford's comments about we do want to encourage commercial activity in Balboa Village. I had not considered that, so just wanted to. Thank you, Mr. Ford.
All right, so seeing more requests to discuss this item and no requirement to go to public comment, let's vote.
With Councilmember Avery voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Okay, on to public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. 1 second. It's time for public comments on non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Good evening. I am Paul Blank, a 30-year resident of Corona del Mar. You may have heard me speak earlier this evening, as I am also the current chair of the Harbor Commission. I'm here with Lynn Swain from Big Canyon and Lori Morris from the Balboa Peninsula. When leaders don't listen to their constituents or treat them fairly and with respect, those constituents can easily turn into activists. Tonight, I have become an activist. The residents of Corona del Mar are not being properly represented by their councilman. A man who moved to the city 8 months before the election specifically to run for this seat, a man who does not own property in Newport Beach, a man who has consistently opposed parks, libraries, fire stations, and the people who use them, a man who has been disrespectful while conducting public business, insulted his colleagues, called his constituents liars, and disparaged dedicated staff. A man who has insulted leaders and staff in other agencies while representing Newport Beach. A man currently under investigation by the FPPC for various allegations of campaign finance violations. A man who tried to undermine the constitutional right of residents to petition their government by requiring 3,700 unnecessary pages in the Museum House petition. A man who stands in stark conflict with the community on the issue of high-rise development. The activist in me is now working to replace this man as my representative at the earliest possible opportunity. This is not about his free speech. It's about the standards of conduct we expect of our elected officials. On behalf of the registered voters of District 6, my neighbors and friends throughout Newport Beach, and the 30 signers of this notice, I hereby formally serve this notice of recall on Councilman Scott Piotr.
Mr. Blank, don't enter the well. Mr. Harp, just that's protocol to enter the well. You can hand it to
Mr. Mayor,
him.
is it okay if I go down and let him serve me down there?
Yeah, technically we don't allow service during council meetings. However, if Mr. Piotr or Councilmember Piotr would like to come down, you can serve him.
Okay. My name is Lynn Swain, and I'm a resident of Big Canyon. I'm here to speak on behalf of the many people who have expressed displeasure with the performance of your duties as councilman. Mr. Piotr, I'm supporting this recall because of the way you ignored our neighborhood and insulted the residents who opposed your plans for the museum house. Your efforts to undermine the petition process by requiring 3,700 pages was an absolute attack on our constitutional rights. This is not about your beliefs or your politics. Your continued insistence on ignoring our laws as if they do not apply to you, and your attempt to trample the constitutional rights of residents to petition their government rise to this standard. No one, especially our elected representatives, is above the law. Thank you. Lori.
Good evening. My name is Lori Morris. On behalf of my neighbors, my family, and myself, all of which who live and work on the peninsula, I am here to support this recall effort. Mr. Piotr, you have repeatedly sided with the bar owners at the expense and the detriment of homeowners on the peninsula. You oppose the addition of 4 new police officers to the peninsula zone, in spite of the fact we endure 425% greater crime than the average parts of Newport Beach due to property crime and alcohol-related crimes. You moved fire rings to new locations without regard to the impact on the residents you claim to represent. You opposed Marina Park, the first significant investment on the peninsula for decades. You opposed providing a much-needed community center so that my neighbors can enjoy the same levels of service as residents of Newport Coast. You advocated for high-rise, high-density, traffic-inducing development, not only in Newport Center, but Lido as well. In closing, Mr. Piotr, measures that would enhance the peninsula, Lido zone, an area that this city promotes worldwide, you consistently oppose. Mr. Piotr, it is time for you to go. Please save us the effort and expense and resign.
Mr. Mayor, I'd love to respond to some of these comments. Could I do that at the end of the public comments?
Yes.
Thanks.
Are there any other comments on non-agenda items? Please come forward if you plan on speaking next.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Ron Rubino. I reside at 2845 Alta Vista in the East Bluff neighborhood. I'm here on a future issue. The neighbors living in East Bluff, about 460 of us are part of a homeowners association. We're directly across from the school, Ralph's, the Newport Beach Tennis Club. Recently came to my attention that the landowner is starting a process with a developer to propose housing to replace the Newport Beach Tennis Club. This would require a changing of the city's general plan, changing of zoning. It's a long process, and I understood that it has started. So we want to monitor this. The members of the club, the members of East Bluff Homeowners Association do not want to see additional housing. They want to leave the recreational use of those parcels. I've been a member for 30 years, and I can attest to the recreation for people of all ages, particularly children, in tennis, swimming, and it is a very, very valuable asset to the recreation of the Newport Beach residents. So we hope that you will not change the general plan, you will not allow zoning change in the future, and I hope that I can be informed so I can keep the membership informed if anything comes before the Planning Commission or the Council. Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to make that comment.
Thank you, Ron.
Hi, my name is Ivan Mode, and I'd like to reiterate some of the comments of the last speaker. I've been a resident of the Newport Beach City for 10 years. I've been a member of the Newport Beach Tennis Club for 10 years as well. It's come to my attention that a developer has started the ball rolling to have this city council rezone the land the Newport Beach Tennis Club stands on in order to build condominiums. I implore the city council not to rezone this land from its current recreational zoning. There are 600 plus members at the Newport Beach Tennis Club that use its facilities. These are ladies' tennis leagues, men's tennis leagues, card groups, charitable functions, water aerobics, and many children that take tennis lessons, swim lessons, and are on the swim team. These are a few of the many uses at the Newport Beach Tennis Club. Please don't be the city council that takes away these options for over 600 plus community members. Please don't be the city council that changes the master plan to appease a developer. On the contrary, be the city council that listens to its residents and understands its community needs.
Thank you, Ivan.
Hi, my name is John Draper, and I'm speaking for the same reason. It concerns the tennis club. In addition to the points from the prior two residents, I wanted to sort of put a shout out to Steve Joyce, who is actually the owner of the tennis club. The reason is because since I joined the club in 2011, I've never been exposed to more charitable functions. Wounded Warriors, the Adoption Guild, the Michael Chang tournament, where he graciously volunteers the usage of his property so that these charities can operate in a vibrant fashion. He has a robust children's tennis program unlike anything I've ever seen. There are world-class tennis players who come and visit who are members of our club. If a resident happened to be at the tennis club, they might see Lindsay Davenport, Rick Leach, or Scott Davis, who happen to be instructors at the tennis club. Kobe Bryant was a member of the tennis club. You oftentimes will see collegiate athletics occurring at the tennis club. You'll see UCI playing Pepperdine. You'll see the University of Washington playing the University of San Diego, Division I tennis. The firemen of our city actually celebrated their Christmas party at the tennis club. On New Year's Eve, there's a group that Steve has generously, despite our urgings to not have them actually attend these parties, of individuals who come and they're part of a group who have suffered great loss in their life of some form. And whether it's a deceased family member, a divorce, death of a spouse, they've gone through a difficult time, and year after year after year, they're there, and we want to have our own party, but they're there. And that's because of Steve's generosity, his thoughtfulness to others. And so I guess what I'm suggesting is that we have a very benevolent current owner of the club. He's a friend of mine, and I think that there's some benefit to consider that as well, and whatever may transpire in the future. Thank you.
Folks, please, it's just like a tennis match. Please hold the applause. Thank you, John. Any other comments?
Hi, I'm Mike Glenn, resident of Balboa Peninsula. I wanted to thank the majority of council up there for being fiscally conservative, from keeping government away from kicking businesses out, like historic bars and restaurants, from keeping the same amount of fire rings that we have on our beaches, despite AQMD saying that you can't keep them in the same spot. You guys did keep the same number of fire rings, and appreciate that. You guys are doing a great job. You know, we're not going to ever agree on anything, but I want to say thank you to everybody, particularly Scott Piotr, who's being attacked for those exact views. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, I have a couple of requests from the dais to speak. Mr. Piotr, would you like to go first?
I'd be glad to. You know, I'm not going to sit there and respond to all the different allegations. Obviously, I have a different perspective as to each of those viewpoints. But a lot of these, if not all of them, are things that were talked about in the public during the election in 2014. None of these should be a surprise. I was on planning commissions for 12 years. My property rights record is very strong. There shouldn't, again, have been any surprise. And even if there's disagreement, which obviously you can't please everybody, the election that's what elections are for. You air out your issues and you put it before the voters and let the voters decide. To recall somebody is, you know, from what I can tell, frankly, is more because I'm politically incorrect rather than I have violated some law or I have done some sort of an, let's call it an impeachable offense. And it'll cost, if you are successful in gathering your signatures, the city will end up paying $500,000 for an election this November or maybe even next spring when I'm up for re-election in November of 18. So you may say and call it your constitutional right, and yes, you do have a right to run the recall, but it seems like a terrible waste of taxpayer resources for something that I have no problem facing the voters over any of my votes, and I'm glad to defend them. And if the recall is successful, I look forward to doing that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm aghast at this because Scott Piotr has done everything Team Newport represented, and I was somewhat of the head of that Team Newport. He went right to work, much better than I, getting the firewood back, lowering the dock tax, and trying to save us money in departments. In the planning department, he's an architect. He knows things that certainly I don't know about that, trying to streamline it. And, this whole idea about saving money is because we're sitting in this situation because of this building. We've had plans, I hope you all know, to build this building at a very low cost, if almost nothing, if we had just done what we originally planned and just sold the property where the old City Hall site was and put a reasonable sized building here. But now we have this $23,000 a day debt, and that's what Scott's been trying to do. Okay, we're living with it. We're not tearing it down. It's here. I don't bring this up all the time. But at the end of the day, this is what fuels a lot of the decisions that Scott has to go through and cut things that you don't like to have cut. I don't want to have them cut either. Marina Park was built way overbuilt. Yeah, we could have had a nice building, but it's $600-700 a square foot. You don't need things like that. The dock itself, we've tried to save money and couldn't do it. At the end of the day, though, it just is awful. It's a man who works so hard, and we work for it gets down to about 20 cents an hour or less. To just throw these things at him. And the museum house, you might as well just impeach me too, because the museum house was a good project, and at the end of the day, you guys went out and sold it with fake facts. You said it was the tallest building in Orange County. It's not. It wasn't. You said it would create all this traffic. It wasn't going to. And you said it was going to cause a precedent. No, it was not going to cause a precedent. So this is really, I'm emotional. I'm shaking up here. This is awful. It's just awful.
Any other requests to speak from the dais? I have a somewhat very pressing announcement. Staff has informed me that car keys are missing in the audience. It is allegedly a Ferrari, so don't all get up at once. But in all seriousness, I just have concerns about the recall regarding the budget right now, because we are having to make decisions that we don't want to make out of concerns for the budget. So seeing no other requests to speak at this time, do we have any oral reports from City Council on council committee activities? Mr. O'Neill.
Very briefly, Mr. Mosier referenced earlier a subcommittee on policy revisions. It's progressing. I think the only member of the public who has made a recommendation is Mr. Mosier, so thank you. If there are any members of the public who know of council policies that they would like to see revised, by all means, please do submit them. Anticipated timeline, I'm guessing, will probably be August or September. So it is going to take some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Piotr. Ms. Dixon.
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Herdman.
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. Avery.
None.
Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
I have none.
And I have none on committee activities as well. So on to public hearings, item 17. Staff.
Mr. Mayor, you've seen this one come back and forth to you. I don't know if you'd like a staff report. We're happy to do it. If not, you might just look at the recommended actions.
Any requests to hear the formal report from staff? Seeing none, any public comments on this item? Thanks, Dave. Seeing no comments, bringing it back to the dais. Do we have a motion?
I so move.
I second.
All right, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title, ordinance number 2017-9, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach adopting local coastal program amendment number LC 2016-001 as modified by the California Coastal Commission related to the CVLV coastal zoning district for the Alito House Hotel project located at 3300 Newport Boulevard and 475 32nd Street. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on, item 18, I have a memo regarding this item.
That's correct. It's a request for continuance. It would actually move this item back to the Planning Commission.
And can you please share the reason why?
That's the proper process for processing this. We're new at it. I apologize for that. But so an item like this should come to the Planning Commission and then to you folks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd wanted to just point that out, not to put you on the spot, Dave, but just to let them know that a complaint was made pretty validly by Mr. Mosier about public hearing opportunities on this item, so that's why we're sending it back. And that's what this memo entails. On to current business. Item 19, staff.
Good evening, Mayor Muldoon. Brenda Wisniewski, I'm the Deputy Director of Community Development. Before you this evening is a request for to approve the professional service agreement for the transit service operator for the Balboa Peninsula Trolley. The council did allocate budget for this item back in December, so tonight is just the agreement itself. So just a little background, I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Here's a nice picture of the historic area, and you'll know why that picture is important later on. This is a one-year trial program. We are emphasizing this is a pilot program that we have received funding from OCTA. But a little bit of background, the idea of a trolley has been floating within the community for quite some time. In the working with the Balboa Village Advisory Committee, the focus has been in trying to emphasize revitalization of that area. And the idea has been discussed for years about needing to have a transportation option to bring people down to the village and improve upon the circulation up and down the area itself. So in 2015, we did a feasibility study. I wanted to understand what the options were, what the demand was, and so a series of interviews were done with stakeholders to see what the interest was of the community, and cost estimates were developed. So what the conclusions of that was that we wanted to have a very simple program, focused entirely on the peninsula. The feasibility study did look at ways we might be able to expand it in the future, but for now we're looking at summertime weekends, and that the emphasis was the idea of having an off-site parking location, so people didn't have to even get onto the peninsula during the summers. They'd be able to get onto a convenient, fun type of trolley type of system that would bring them from the beginning of the peninsula all the way down to the village itself. And this would be not only for visitors, but also for residents to get around. So the route is shown here, that we've developed an off-site parking area where we're working with Hoag Hospital to use the lower lot. And there's 20 stops that would be established along the route. So we have, going down the peninsula, 10 stops each way, utilizing existing OCTA bus stops, but adding 3 additional stops. So the concept, again, is to focus on 12 weekends, summer weekends, and including 4th of July. To allow for a 15-minute headway, we would be utilizing 4 vehicles, with a 5th vehicle as a backup. And the service would operate from 7:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. The idea being in the mornings, we could catch the fishermen or the people using the flyers. Typically, the flyer leaves at 9 o'clock, so someone can jump on and use the trolley and not have to park down by the Balboa Peninsula. The feasibility study did estimate that we'd have about 437 riders per day, and that is based upon other systems that we have evaluated. Also, the system would be free of charge, and what we've done is once we have the feasibility developed, we actually have achieved a funding grant from OCTA that funds 88% of the program. The grant was offered in 2016, and the idea was OCTA is modifying their transit system where they have eliminated quite a few routes throughout the county, and one such route is actually on the peninsula. So we have been successful, as well as 17 other jurisdictions. The funds come from the Measure M funding program, and actually $27 million has been issued throughout the county, and we're just one of those jurisdictions to benefit from that program. So it is a one-year pilot program, but we have received funding for up to 7 years. We can evaluate the program on an annual basis to determine on each year whether we want to go forward. So the first year tonight is the agreement again is for the first year to bring the operator on board for a total cost of $116,000. There are some other costs related to marketing and signage. That's additional $67,000. So again, 88% of that is funded by OCTA. The city's contribution is roughly about $68,000 for the first year, but years after that would be reduced because our capital costs have been upfronted. And those costs that are being contributed by the city come from the Balboa Village Parking Fund. As you may know, that's a fund that is established by the parking fees collected in Balboa Village. And those funds are targeted towards supplementing the services within Balboa Village or the areas that surround it. The city's municipal code actually specifies that these funds can be used for streetscape, transit, and facade programs, signage. So this program is perfectly suited for those parking funds. We did a fun thing earlier in the year because an important part of the success of this program is the marketing of it and public awareness. So the idea was, how can we make sure this program reflects the character of the community? So we conducted 2 Google surveys within the community to understand, what does everybody want this to look like? And what came out of this is really wanting it to look like the historic red car that was used in the 20s period. So the first year of the program would be using a shuttle type system wrapped in this historic look, the darker red color, again emphasizing on the vehicle itself that it's free. And we would have marketing pieces that would show the mapping and the schedule itself. And now we are on to the service provider selection. And Mr. Webb is here to speak to that, if you like. Or Mike is back. Who wants to do it? So I'm going to introduce to you Mike Sinacori, Assistant City Engineer, who's helped with the RFP process.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Mike Sinacori, Assistant City Engineer, and I'm happy to be in front of you to talk about our proposed trolley system. This has been a laborious process. We've actually spent quite a bit of time with the RFP out to 17 different companies. We put this online. We went out searching for firms as far as the nearby states to try to find people that would actually be interested in the project. And it's just a limited supply of operators. And quite honestly, the one that did propose, Professional Parking Corporation, they've got a corner on the market here in Southern California. They've got the buses, the shuttles, the trolleys, the drivers. And the way they do this is they're actually working for other entities during the school years, colleges and such. And their operators, the people driving the buses, are sort of free in the summers, looking for things to do. So this was a perfect blend of their operations, and nobody could touch them. And once others found out that they were proposing on this, they just simply walked away from the table. There was an initial cost. I'm not going to read the PowerPoints word for word. There's cost to set it up. We did negotiate with this operator. We brought in the former Director of Public Works from Dana Point, who has since retired, who put their shuttle program together to try to make sure we're getting a good cost for our system that we're coming up with. And at the end of the day, this is very comparable with what other agencies have done, and it's a very good rate in terms of a shuttle program here in Newport, good hourly rate. Major components, obviously we've talked about the marketing. One really cool thing that the operator came up with is he's going to use an app, so we'll know where these shuttles are throughout the peninsula every day of use on the weekends. This is a trial program, 12 weekends. I'm sure Brenda touched on it. 12 weekends this summer, plus 4th of July. So we're only talking about 25 days. Well, when this thing's operating, you're going to be able to see where these shuttles are up and down the peninsula. So if you come to a stop, if you have the app, you'll be able to see, well, they're 2 minutes away, they're 3 minutes away, and we're going to be able to keep track of where they are. So that's going to help us with monitoring. The operator is going to keep track of the ride use all summer, and we'll see if we have a viable program to go forward in the future. So So where we are today is we have the agreement in front of you today, if the council so chooses to move forward, to move forward with just 1 year. We have the option to extend. We have the option to go forward with a trolley in the future if we want to negotiate that. We're also working with Hogue, where we have a parking lot at the start of the shuttle route. They've been very cooperative. We want to put a thanks out to the Hogue staff who've helped us with an agreement. It's ready to go. We just haven't processed that yet until we got some direction here from council. Again, if we get the direction to move forward, we're going to be off and running on putting up the signs. Most importantly, how to get them in and around the Hogue lower lot to where we've got the shuttle stop inside that lower campus. We're going to have banners out on streetlights. We're going to do everything we can to get the word out on this program. And we're going to begin operations, hopefully, on June 17th, if the council so chooses to move forward. So tonight, we want to, if you approve the recommendations, we want to find the project exempt from CEQA, approve the agreement with professional parking, and set up this 1-year trial. I don't know if we said it earlier. We have expended about $40,000 to date. And moving forward with this, city funds out the door to get this started for this summer would only be another $28,000 to try this out for the summer. So I didn't want to make that point. With that, we take any questions.
Thank you. I have a couple questions or cues up here. Mr. Herdman.
Brenda, I have some questions about the feasibility study and the stakeholders. And I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but how many people were interviewed?
I recall maybe about 8 people, included business owners and residents along the peninsula, as well as Gary Sherwin from Visit Newport.
All right. On the staff report at the bottom of page 19-3, the last paragraph talks about program monitoring, and that the operator and the city will count riders, gauge interests, determine overall sentiment, success, and then the results will be presented to the city council at the end of the summer. I don't know if the rest of the council agrees with this or not, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I personally would like to see a progress report at our last meeting in July, mid-summer. I'd like to see how things are going, what the response from the community is. And I'll be honest with you, the reason I'm suggesting this is because I've just been inundated with email from Peninsula residents who are not in favor of this program. And I guess on their behalf, I'm requesting this. I'm certainly not going to vote no on this program. I think it deserves a trial. But I'd like to see how it's going midsummer. But I would need my fellow council support on that. So thank you.
Seems reasonable to me. Councilwoman Dixon.
Just to clarify, Mr. Sinacori, on the city's costs, so that's part of the coming from the parking management fund, correct?
That is correct.
And so those funds will have been expended.
Touching on Mr. Herdman's question about a midsummer, we have the data. We can certainly bring that back. But my understanding in the agreement with OCTA, we need to do a full summer trial. And we couldn't shut it off halfway through the summer. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get reimbursed for the monies for this summer's trial.
From the county?
From the county. So all the money is coming, the 88% match from the county for most of the program cost, and then the remaining funds are coming from the parking management fund in Balboa Village.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Herdman quickly because kind of pertains to him. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that this monitoring, this midsummer monitoring, be the life or death of the program. If the program is not being as successful as anticipated, then if you put the brakes on midway, you might be able to figure out ways to further market the program and make it more successful.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill.
Yes, a couple questions. First off, parking at Hogue, how many spots are going to be available?
We anticipate probably just over 40. We're in the process of striping the area, so we aren't exactly sure how many, but we're expecting a little more than 40.
Okay. So from a use perspective, 40 spots I expect would fill up rather quickly. So, I mean, how much rider participation do we anticipate if we only have 40 spots to offer them?
We anticipate the Hoag lot just being one area that people using the trolley would park, because the other idea is people would be jumping on and off along the peninsula as well. So if the 40 spots are used up, we could look for expanding the parking spaces at the Hoag lot. There are other spaces in that area that we think we can draw upon, and just be a matter of negotiating with Hoag.
Is that cost part of the grant program? Would it be reimbursable from OCTA?
The cost from Hoag is minimal, actually. They're charging us $5 a day, just like they do any person parking in the lot. So we think we probably could absorb that in the program costs.
$5 per day per spot? Which is, that's $200 a day.
Right. So the lot itself has over 200 parking spaces in the lower lot. Some of them they do use for certain occasions, but there certainly are additional spots in that area that we could request to use if the 40 spaces are used. So the idea being is that we don't know, just starting it off, we want to see how it goes, and that if we need to expand, we have that option.
Okay, and then in the funding requirements section of the staff report, it mentions that year one, our total cost would be $14,029. Putting aside for a moment the advertising, is that a not to exceed number? We will not be out any more money than that?
That's correct. That's related to the operations of the vehicle itself.
And then as for the additional $28,000, the funding says, the funding requirements section also says the marketing and signage costs are also eligible expenditures from the OCTA grant. So why is it that we're spending $68,000 in year one if that would be potentially part of the grant itself?
So the total cost, that some of the costs are not being reimbursed by OCTA because they're costs that will be added on. We had an additional $20,000 for marketing. We had the cost of slurring the parking lot as well as striping. So just additional costs that we did not have as part of the original grant application.
And how much is that? How much would we be out of pocket that was not part of the original grant application?
Councilmember O'Neill, I think we could get those numbers to you, but the overall cost, the intent is to get as much paid for by OCTA. For example, the marketing. We had roughly $38,000 in marketing costs. In the agreement with OCTA, they only agreed to pay for $25,000 of that at the 88%. So there's different costs throughout the whole program where they're going to pay up to 88% of the cost, what's in the application. So we're still working with OCTA on adjusting the actual numbers within the total grant, and we'll be doing that all through the program. If things increase in one area, we're going to try to get them to pay up to 88% of the cost there. So we're still in the midst of starting the program, so we're going to try our best to get every cost up to 88% covered. As we stand today, our estimate is we'll be spending total dollars on this program this summer right under $70,000.
Okay. And then could you remind me, since technically I wasn't on council in December, what was the agreement? What was the decision made in December by this body?
It was the approval of the cooperative agreement with OCTA, as well as the allocation of funding from the Balboa Village Parking District funds of $130,000. Those funds would be able to carry us out for multiple years of this program.
Okay. All right.
I might add one last point. I mean, this agreement with the OCTA, it started back with council, I think January of last year, where we brought this idea to council and we applied for the grant only with the council's blessing. If we don't want to move forward with this council's direction, that's entirely up to you. We could stop it all in the tracks right now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know there are a lot of concerns that I heard from people, and I wanted to make sure that we're all clear that the competitor, I saw him from my own eyes at your town hall, has no trouble with this. He stood up and said, I'm okay. It's 2 days a week. It's not competing with him. And the 40 number can grow. I want to make sure we all know that's, because 40 doesn't sound like much, I would agree. But that can grow. The Catalina Flyer takes a bunch of people. I don't know how, I should know, but I don't. 600 people? No, well, a lot. Takes a lot of folks, and they all park. You know, a lot of them park in the parking lot that's on the oceanfront there. And this opportunity, and it costs them a lot of money, and they stay overnight. You know, most of the time they stay overnight, and certainly in the summer. So their car stays there all the time, right? Yeah, right. So it makes it tough for Lido Village folks that are in business to, when these cars are there and their people are going to Catalina. They're not going, duh, come on. So they park up there, they come on down, they park for free. It opens up space, think that's great. In terms of the locals have never been able to really use Lido Village that are far, you know, a little bit away because they can't park. So they don't come and use it. And we want the locals to be encouraged to go and use the restaurants and such that are available at that village. And I can't think of a better opportunity than on the weekends when it's the worst time to park. They don't lose their parking place, you know, they're all afraid of losing their holding pattern or whatever they call it, marker. And so this is a great opportunity. I think it comes every 15 minutes or something. It's quite 15 minutes. I mean, it's easy. Boop, you get on it, over to the village, maybe up to the pier, Balboa Pier, and the Newport Pier, I mean, and get some food there. There's great restaurants up there. And so I think the locals are really going to like it. Another argument is, where are they going to pull? When the bus stops, it's going to create traffic, and there are no bus stop things there. Well, I know that there are bus pullovers, and last time I checked, there are 2 lanes, so if you see the bus, you can get in the other lane and have the opportunity to drive around it. And they use assistant bus stops as well. So I think that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't think it's going to cause a lot of traffic. And lastly, I want to thank Diane for heading this up, because I think that you're the one that did all this, or was a big proponent of it. And at the end of the day, you know, we're all looking to figure out how in the heck we can solve the parking problems on the peninsula. And really, honestly, those who oppose this, I would just ask them to come up here and tell us, what do they have? What are you doing to try to get this to work better? I mean, obviously a parking structure would be great, and we're gonna try that. We're gonna try to raise money through revenue. But at the end of the day, this is a pilot program. It'll come, we'll get the data, we'll learn from it. It's only 2 days a week. And again, I think Diane deserves a lot of credit for going to bat and getting this done, finding the funds. How'd you do that? Anyway, the staff, I want to thank staff then for finding the money. She directed them, find the money, they got the money. It's awesome, it's unbelievable. So good for you, good for staff. I look forward to it.
Councilman Piotr.
Maybe staff can answer a couple of questions before we get public input. I'm looking at ridership and cost per ride, per passenger. I'm looking for how much money have we spent to date. If we were to decide to not go ahead with the project, how much would we owe or not, or let's say spend money and waste?
So expenses to date, we have brought on a marketing firm, and also we have brought on a consultant to help review the project program, $35,000 to date. So if we were not to proceed, then we would be out of pocket for that amount, $35,000.
And we would get hopefully an 88% reimbursement if we go ahead.
Because we would not start the program, OCTA would not reimburse us for any amount. We would be considered that we'd not start the program at all.
Right, but if we did go ahead with the project, then 88% of that $35,000 would be covered by OCTA.
Yes, you're correct, yes. If we proceed, then we would get a reimbursement from OCTA for those items. Regarding ridership, So we do estimate about 437 riders per day. And I did some quick calculations today based upon the operating costs of the shuttle. It'd be about $10 per passenger.
Tell me how many, we've got 4 cars where you're saying 435 a day.
Correct.
There's 24 days. So we're talking about 12,000 riders total. Is that my arithmetic?
For the summer.
Or
437 times 25.
we actually have 25 days, not 24?
That's correct, because we have
4th of July.
12 weekends from plus 4th of July.
Got it. Okay. And you said 437, right?
Correct.
All I have to do is be able to use my calculator.
I'm sorry, I have it right here. It's 10,925 riders per summer.
For the whole summer.
Correct.
And our first year that we're looking at, our cost, total cost, including OCTA's cost, is what?
The operating cost is $116,910. So that does come out per boarder, per rider of $10.70.
But that's not our total cost, right? Because we're doing signs, we're doing marketing, we're doing, what did I see in the staff report, about 102,000 in outside costs for the first year?
That's correct. This is only related to operation,
So
which
100,
is the
102 plus the 116, so we're basically talking 220 at about 10,000 riders. So we're looking at about $22 per rider total cost.
if you look at the upfront cost of the marketing. However, I would point out that OCTA does look at the ridership numbers as well and the cost per rider, and they look at it on an operation cost basis, not counting in the
marketing, and signs
and
and
signage,
the app
exactly.
development, et cetera. And then it does go down, but it doesn't go down significantly. We're going down from 102 to 66 or 67,000 the next year and 54,000 the next year. And you have a pretty much a constant cost of 116 a year, of which hopefully 88% is OCTA and the other 12% is us.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Avery.
As a former business owner down in the Fun Zone area and a longtime resident in Balboa, I'm for anything, any idea that we can come up with to reduce traffic and bring more business to the businesses down there, because I know how difficult it is to own a business down there. So it's expensive, but I think ultimately it's the kind of thing the city should be supporting, especially in lieu of all the support we get from the county on this. And so I'm going to be for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the dais? All right, let's go to the public.
Hi, my name is Maureen Cotton. I'm the president of the Central Newport Beach Community Association. I want to thank you all for what you've done, city staff. I mean, this is a really big deal. The Central Newport Beach Association is also known as the Peer-to-Peer Association. We represent half of the 82,000 people that live on the peninsula. There are a lot of people, traffic, as you've already said, again, Brad and others. This is a very big deal. We are strongly in support of this trolley. Anything that brings business down to the Balboa Village and in between is a big deal. I mean, 4th of July weekend, we all hunker down, we don't move, we go on our bicycles, we have to use the alleys because the boardwalk is packed. It's the only way to get around. Having something like this means that you actually can run to pavilions and get groceries, or you can go to Great Mex or some of the other restaurants on the peninsula without having to worry about parking. I went down to the Balboa Village just before this meeting and did some shopping, and the owners think this trolley's already passed. I mean, it's really, really important to the Balboa Village. They are so passionate about it. I said, no, if you have a chance, please come down tonight. It's really important. So I appreciate the fact that you guys are looking at this, and it's rare when you can find somebody who'll pick up 88% of the tab of a special project like this. I would venture to bet you'll get 500 people on average during a slow weekend. On 4th of July weekend, you'll probably have 1,000 people a day taking that trolley because there are so many people, and you're probably going to need to negotiate with Hogue 100 spots because so many people try to park off-site and party all weekend, down there. So we all hunker down and kind of avoid them, but we're happy to be a place people want to go to. So anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Next speaker.
Jim Stratton, a resident of the peninsula. I'm about 6 blocks west of the Balboa Village. Councilman Herdman, in response to the emails that you've received, there was a letter in the Daily Pilot that was written by a gentleman that spoke earlier. Totally against the trolley and made a lot of statements that were, I felt, half-truths, and I think probably that's why a lot of you have received emails. People read the Daily Pilot and they read things. I really don't think that the trolley's going to compete with Downtowner. And that was his big concern, although I don't think he came out and said that. Anyway, being a resident down there, during the summer months, we get a lot of cruising, people wandering up and down the streets west of the village and looking for free parking. If we can do anything to reduce the number of cars that are coming onto the peninsula, and yet at the same time encourage people to come onto the peninsula, I think this is a good thing. The other thing about the trolley that I haven't heard anybody mention is that it's going to increase the mobility of the people who are already on the peninsula, so that possibly people that are up in Newport Village or Lido Village, Newport Village, I don't know, McFadden Square, they say, hey, let's go down to Cruisers, or let's hop on down and get a bite to eat down at BJ's. They hop on the trolley, go down there. They've already parked someplace up on the peninsula, someplace else, but this will give them mobility, which they wouldn't have without. All they'd be able to rely on would be Downtowner. Councilman Delfield, I like the idea of a parking structure.
Hi, Mike Glenn, resident of Balboa Peninsula. I was there when the person from the Downtowner had the microphone shoved in their face and was asked directly, will this compete with your business? He's a timid guy, and like most of us, he didn't like public speaking. He certainly didn't like to be put on the spot. The fastest way he could think of to get out of it was to say no, and that's what he said. Spoke with him afterwards, as some of you did as well. This does compete with him. He's got a job to sell advertising on the side. His job is essentially a mobile billboard. That's what he does. So he drives up and down, he gives people free rides. The more people that he gives rides to, the more cars that he can get, because that's what he sells to advertisers. He's an on-demand service. This is a service that just runs whether or not people are on it or not. This is a service that will cause congestion, as staff already indicated on item number 6, when we have buses, it snarls traffic. I completely agree with staff on this issue. Buses snarl traffic. Every 15 minutes, there's a reason why we don't have buses that are going to be staying on Balboa Peninsula. These buses that are run by OCTA that take people from all over the county to Balboa Peninsula are leaving because of poor ridership. Laguna Beach has their trolley system. They're getting rid of that as well. They're looking to outsource to Uber. It just doesn't work when it comes to the money. It is true, you can look it up on the LA Times. I can take an Uber from the Wedge to PCH for about $8. Each ride, each way, is going to take $22. So if I go down the peninsula on one of these and back, It costs the taxpayers $22 when you average it all out. It's $44 for a two-way trip on Balboa Peninsula. Downtowner provides that for free. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't provide anything that the Downtowner doesn't already provide in the free market, costing both taxpayers and riders $0. We're going to spend about $250,000 to gain 40 parking spots. And we're going to do a trip in the early morning to go to Catalina Flyer. Those are all going to be gone. They'll be gone all weekend. So we're going to subsidize Catalina Flyer's parking for $250,000 for 40 spots. Is that what we're getting? I'm on the peninsula. I see who takes the bus. It's nobody. That's why they're going away. We've got these free market solutions that are already in place. This all started about 4 years ago, before the Downtowner was there. Downtowner's only been in operation for about 18 months. They've serviced 50,000 people themselves. They're looking for more. They want to grow their business. This will be directly competing with a business. The cost of the taxpayers of about $250,000. The cost per ride is outrageous. It would never fly in the free market, especially when you can get a ride for free.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes.
Mr. Glenn, if you want to just come back up, I just want to address something. You're talking about taxpayer money. It gives me an opportunity, now that you're here, are you aware that you owe the city about $600 for your Public Records Act requests? And on top of that, over 500 hours of staff time has been devoted to procure those public records that you have never picked up? And
I never asked to pick those up.
Well, they've paid to have them copied, which you owe $600 for.
I never authorized that.
Well, I'll let the city clerk comment on that, or the city attorney, but
I'd be happy to hear that,
point
especially
is
since
that
you're doing this in public
filed,
right now.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. You have filed numerous Public Record Act requests, and you have not come in to pick them up or pay for them, and the cost of the copying time is reimbursable. That's why you owe the city $600, according to city records. And the staff time, that has been estimated over 500 hours, and by average on a fully loaded administrative position to copy that, it's about $25,000 that's just kind of at a rough estimate.
And when was I ever notified of this?
I just know that that's on the city's books, that
Okay.
you owe that.
Well,
So
I have
before you
never
start,
heard about
all I
this.
want to say is, before you start talking about efficiency and taxpayer money, please pay your bills to the city of Newport Beach. Okay?
This is the
All
first
right,
time
thank
that
you.
I've heard about this, and it's regrettable that you decided to bring this up in a public forum, because the city has never informed me that I owed them any money, ever. In fact, the only time when they said, if I wanted to receive public records, I have declined to come in and pay, because I said I do not want to go through that. So if they copied them on their own, that is their own decision. I think it's very out of line and very out of character for you to bring this up in a public setting. It's very unbecoming as well.
It's public information. Thank you.
I would like to receive a copy of this, because this is the first time I'm hearing of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Next speaker.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Muldoon and council members. I just have to say that, we have speakers come up here and they have a previous speaker called them half-truths. And I just have to say, as a 30-year resident, it's very disappointing for a person to take, arcane arguments and try to manipulate numbers and just get it to a point. I mean, if you use that kind of rationale, for what it costs to run a bus anywhere, like there wouldn't be any buses anywhere, okay? I just want to say that the Downtowner is a good service. A lot of my tenants, neighbors, and friends use it. It's for local residents that are here that want to get from point A to point B. It's like FedEx, okay? It's a point A to point B. What a trolley is, it's a fixed route, okay? And when we have the population go up from 85,000 to 185,000. When there's 100,000 people here, the reason the businesses aren't doing any good, it isn't because they don't have enough people, it's because the people that are here cannot circulate. Okay, so what this does, it puts in a circulation system where the 100,000 people who aren't here, who don't know what the Downtowner is, okay, because they're not here year-round using it 365 days a year, which is a good service, okay, so the busiest days of the year, okay, the tourists who are here, who will be staying at the Lido House Hotel and wherever they're parked at, doesn't have to be the 40 parking spaces. If they're stuck here, they get in the car and they want to go to Lido Village, there isn't any parking, they just leave. go up to Costa Mesa or Irvine and eat there. What it will do is give them an opportunity. There won't be a restaurant at the end of Newport Pier. There is one at the end of Balboa Pier. If they can take a free shuttle, hop on and ride down, they'll go down there and use it. For years now, the business owners and our conservative members of the city council who say they want to support the business owners and districts, this is what you need to do. You need to give this a fair run for 2 years. Why I say 2 years is because the Lido House Hotel is opening sometime the first quarter of next year. So to run this test program now when the Lido House isn't up and going, and to take a quick measure of it, when it takes time for any business to grow, okay, and then most of the costs are up front, and then the annual cost, and again, we have a 7-year program where 88-90% will be paid by taxpayer money that's been paid into a pool of funds. If we don't take it, Huntington Beach will, and they'll have their free trolley service. If we don't take it, Dana Point will. Okay, it's not like we're saving the taxpayers any money. That money will be spent on public transportation. So let's give the tourists that come here, the 100,000 people, a fixed route. As a resident, the selfish part of me says, don't do it, because I don't like all the people here. I want them to leave. Okay, but being a person who looks for the greater good and what's fair, it's a reasonable program. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Next.
My name is Ashley Jacobs. I've lived on the Peninsula Point my entire life. You all know that I am not in support of this trolley. Before I get to the reasons why, I wanted to quickly acknowledge that I know my name was mentioned in an email that you all received yesterday with terminology that included rip-off scheme, corruption, and crony friends. I want to make it very, very clear that when I talk to people about this trolley, I do not use that terminology. I look at the facts that I've been given, and I base my conversations on what seems logical according to those facts. I would never use any of those terms to describe anyone who is trying to help alleviate the parking situation and the traffic situation on the peninsula. I do want to commend Diane Dixon for trying to come up with a solution to help alleviate some of our traffic and parking issues. That being said, I don't think that replacing a failing mousetrap in the form of OCTA buses with a very similar mousetrap of trolleys or shuttles or whatever it's going to be this year is the best way to help alleviate these problems. Taking 40 cars off the road, providing parking at Hogue for them, taking 100 cars off the road and providing parking for them isn't going to make much of a dent in the traffic situation and the parking situation on the peninsula, especially when you consider the fact that the Catalina Flyer is going to be encouraging their patrons to park at Hogue and take the trolley down. Those spots are going to be gone before the peak traffic hours happen on the weekends. It just doesn't make sense. This isn't going to fix any problems. Then all those people who are coming during peak traffic hours are still going to have to drive down the peninsula and find parking. And this is all still happening when the thousands of cars that are creating the problem are coming onto the peninsula. And now they're going to be stuck behind a trolley that, in a lot of spots where you guys have proposed stops, can't really pull over due to parking on the side of the road or lack of turnouts. Not every stop that you have proposed has space for the trolley to get out of the way of oncoming traffic. So you're now blocking an entire lane of our 2-lane on, 2-lane off traffic flow. It causes more congestion. This doesn't help. So I encourage you, instead of voting yes on this, I think we can come up with a better mousetrap. I don't have the solutions for it, but I think we can come up with something better that makes a lot more sense, that isn't a waste of money. I don't think that it's advisable to spend this money on a pilot program that even Dave Kiff has said, in his last email that he sent out before this council meeting. Do we think it'll work? We don't know. Doesn't really instill a lot of confidence in this program. So please vote no. Let's try to find a better way to do this. And I do like the idea of a parking structure. I think that's desperately needed because we only have a finite amount of parking spaces on the peninsula as well as at Hogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Next speaker.
You said that with a smile on your face.
I'm so happy to see you, Bill, yeah.
W.R. Dildine. I've been here 51 years. built 5 duplexes. 5 of them we had to get conditional use permits because we were in a commercial zone. I still own 1. Our first occupancy will be 60 or 51 years this Saturday night, or last Saturday night, the beginning of Bell Week. Sunday of Easter, about 5 o'clock when the people started moving out after 7 days there, I asked myself, what did I get into? But it's been a darn good investment. I've been involved in revitalization since 1995 with Central Newport Beach. I've been a member since 1980. I'm not active with them anymore for various reasons. I support the merchants. I've had a lot of friends down on the point, a lot of old timers. They used to walk by blocks to the old restaurants, the Dillmans, the Mikasa, other places. My daughter was employed there. I have not lived there all the time. I left, I think it was 69, to go up north for 3 years. I spent 45, come back broke almost. But anyway, transportation has been a problem. One thing I would suggest is that talk to OTCA about the 47A running on the weekends. It comes down, I think, every hour and a half. It's empty. I wrote it today twice. The things that have developed, Councilman Dixon, Petros, Mike Henn, and others have been working on this program. This is about the tail end of it. I can remember the night of the grand opening of Fashion Island. I was asked to go, $25 a head. I said, I don't want to go. I don't have a date. Hey, if that's the case, well, how would you like to babysit? I made more money that night than I made all month babysitting at $25 a kid down on the ocean front. But I wish I'd brought it with you. That area has suffered long before, not very long after Fashion Island opened. I've got aerials of the original sales brochure, views of, I have the original sales brochure that had the aerial views. You that live up on the hill, represent up on, there was nothing there. Yeah, the golf course was there, a little steel coming up, Fashion Island, that's it. All the money the city has invested since first Image 2000, what's been invested, give it a shot, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Jacobs, no relation to the Assistant City Manager, but I am related to Ashley Jacobs, and I'm pretty sure that I don't owe the city any money, so hopefully this will go smoothly. I've been a resident of the Balboa Peninsula Point for 31 years. And during that time, what I've noticed is driving up and down the boulevard more than 11,000 times, that the buses that come up and down the peninsula are pretty much empty. So it just seems to me the likelihood of the city of Newport Beach being able to, have a successful program with the trolleys seems like a pretty difficult thing to accomplish, because if the experts with OCTA can't fill up their buses with people coming down the peninsula, I think it's going to be hard for the trolleys. I've looked at all of the documentation that's been put together, and it is very significant by the staff reports, and also the 200-page agreement with the company with Signal Hill. So the city attorney has done a fantastic job in terms of indemnification and other protections for the city, which make a lot of sense. The one thing that's missing, well, there's a few things that are missing, but one thing I'd like the council to consider is when you look through the staff reports, and I think Councilman Herdman noted it, is there's not a lot of specifics about what success would be. And I've heard the number of 437 riders per day, which would be 10,925. But I think what should be established as part of this is what's a concrete metric for success once this pilot is completed? Because it seems to me like with all of this work that's been done, I'm assuming that the vote would be yes for this. But there should be some specific metric about whether we succeeded or failed with this program, and that's what I would ask the council to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. You.
Yeah, surprise. Marcel again with the Balboa Village Merchant Association. Duffy, you nailed it on the head. The Catalina Flyer holds about 600 people. I know the guys in the office. They sell about 2 tickets per set of people. So that's 300 parking spaces that the village loses to the Catalina Flyer every single dang day of the summer. We only have about 800 spaces. So a third of our spaces go to people who park their car, grab a cup of coffee, go to Catalina, don't spend a penny in the village, come back, they're tired, they jump in the car and they drive away. You've never seen a poorer group of business people than the merchants in Balboa Village. They're Baroque. Their shops look like crap. They don't have any money. It's because we don't have any people getting to the village. The circulation of weekly renters, Newport Beach pier people, residents being able to jump, like the young lady back there said, hey, let's go to the pavilion, let's circulate, get people moving. Residents don't want to move their car because they're going to lose it to somebody. I think is vital. It's interesting. Laguna, Dana Point, Mammoth, even Compton. Compton has a trolley. Unfortunately, I got a client that took me to Compton. I have to do some work for him up there. I saw a trolley, and they're kind of zipping all over the place. There's City Hall. I went into City Hall. I said, hey, why the trolley? They go, because we got to get people moving around to the different businesses so we can support them because we have a parking problem. And they're good-looking trolleys. I mean, they're better looking than this trolley. Compton. So anyways, I don't think it's just the peninsula that has a parking problem. Fashion Island's a cluster. I hate going to Fashion Island. I've lived here, Bill. I got him tied. I've lived here for 51 years, too. I thought he would have beat me. But I don't go to Fashion Island because it's hard to find a parking space. Corona del Mar has parking problems. So the big picture is, let's get through this little baby diaper test. Let's get the data. It'll be successful. We'll improve upon it. Let's expand it. Let's have trolleys going all around Newport Beach and fix the problem Newport Beach has, not just the peninsula. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly Carlson. I'm the vice president of the Merchant Association, so I get to deal with Marcel all the time. I know you all feel bad for me. My husband and I also own Balboa Water Sports and Balboa Beach and Bicycle Boutique, and I promise we're actually doing very well as a business. So things in the village can succeed and can have a lot of customers. My husband and I are also very active participants in our business. So I talk to these people all day, all summer, all the time. And between our two businesses, we probably have the most affordable item that someone can come down and do, which is rent a bike, and the most expensive item, which is rent a jet ski. So I talk to people who are scraping together to rent a $10 bike and talk to people who have paid for a $100 parking spot on the 4th of July because they want to rent a jet ski. So we have a big dynamic of people coming down. And the one thing they all need is a parking spot. And these people call me, and they'll be staying in a weekly rental house, and they'll say, okay, I'm by Newport Pier. How do I get to you? And my suggestion is to them, there's a few bike rentals really close to you. Go rent a bike and ride your bike down. Because they have a car in the parking spot of the nice house they're renting, and they don't want to move it because they know they're not going to be able to find a parking spot. So just like the residents that live on the peninsula, and if they live by Newport Pier or they live in the river streets or wherever it might be, that would take a shuttle down to the village to rent a jet ski or to rent a Duffy or to get some good barbecue food. The people who are staying in these weekly rental houses will do the same thing. They will take this shuttle because they tell me they will take this shuttle. I talk to them all the time. And the city staff did a great job at doing these surveys. And I can tell you that I talk to these people and they're willing to take the shuttle. And so I really appreciate all the comments that you guys did have before we opened up to public comment. It's a trial. We got to try something. We don't have any other suggestions, and if we don't get more people down to this area, we're just going to keep seeing all of our restaurants go out of business, all the little boutique shops go out of business, and it'll constantly be this rotation. We have to find a way to get these people down to the village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item in the public? All right, seeing none, bring it back to the dais. Request to speak from Councilwoman Dixon.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, as we've heard this evening, and I'm very appreciative of our merchants who have shown up and our residents who have shown up here this evening to speak, because this trolley program is being proposed because of you, because of your participation in our local community activities. The Peninsula Trolley Pilot Program brings together government, residents, and private businesses to improve a situation facing all of us in Newport Beach, and that's traffic congestion. And as Mayor Muldoon has made traffic improvement or improvements to the city's traffic circulation system a priority, I fully support traffic improvement. And it fits perfectly in our long-range planning recommendations for Peninsula business and resident groups. And this idea, while I appreciate Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Duffy giving me some credit, I looked in prior studies for Balboa Peninsula and Balboa Village. It goes back to 1999. That's all lists that we've been working through for the last, and my predecessors for the last 10 or 15 years. We are most fortunate to live in a vacation destination year-round, and during the summer months in particular, we welcome visitors from around the state, country, and the world who want to experience all the beauty that our city has to offer. And most of the 9 million visitors bring with them increased traffic and the need for parking. The trolley program is the result of several years of community-led support and effort by the Balboa Village Merchants Association and the Balboa Village Advisory Committee, as well as our neighborhood resident groups, the West Newport Beach Association and the Central Newport Beach Association, as well as collaboration among the city, OCTA, Hoag Hospital, and our residents to work together to find a solution to our traffic and parking challenges. And the trolley is similar to successful trolley programs in Laguna Beach, which incidentally is continuing. I just met with the Laguna Beach people last week. The only thing that changed is they were going uphill for senior citizens, and that is changing because they're going to be using on-demand lift services. So Laguna Beach is going strong. They love it. They are wanting to expand their program, as is Dana Point and San Clemente. As we all know, we've heard the good staff work that has supported this. 88% of the funds for the program will come from OCTA and their alternate transit program fund, and 12% of the funds are provided from existing parking funds, originating from the visitor-supported parking meters in Balboa Village. So that's the visitors. We're looking out for the visitors, your customers, to help support this project. No new fees or taxes are needed. We want this 12-weekend program to be a success, and the gentleman who spoke about what does success look like, I think that's an excellent question, and I would like to put, if this is approved, a target that we, through good marketing, and it's awareness building. I can't just start in one weekend and think we're going to fill up the buses. We really have to be promoting it, and I'm pleased that Visit Newport Beach is going to be helping to promote that too. I think success will be if we could exceed that 427 passenger count every day. One thing I do know is that it's easy to say no. The vote no is the easiest thing to do in life, but government must continue to innovate and work collaboratively with interested parties to solve the tough problems that face our community. And in our innovation, we should always aim for low cost and high efficiency. And I believe the trolley satisfies both goals. And I welcome feedback at all times, as this community, citizen, and business-led process has been a give and take now as long as I've been involved in it, since 2013. And everyone who's been involved has been because they care about our community. They want it to be successful. We want businesses to be successful and a place to live, do business, and to enjoy our way of life. And the residents and merchants of the Balboa Peninsula will thank you for supporting their efforts to help Balboa Village and the peninsula become a better experience for visitors and residents alike. And for that, I'd like to make a motion to support this resolution, this approval of the service agreement with Professional Parking Corporation for transit services to support the Balboa Peninsula Shuttle Trolley Project. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, and Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last speaker talked a lot about going and renting a jet ski, and then finally, thank God, she said, okay, rent a Duffy. So I was worried about that. Maybe I'd never go out of business tomorrow. But so one of the things I heard speakers talk about was Uber, and again, this trolley is only going on Saturday and Sunday, and so I just want to point out, if I were an Uber driver and somebody called, you know, you can see where the car is, and you can see for an Uber driver to accept somebody at the wedge, I mean, you're going to wait a long time for that Uber driver. And that Uber driver is going to take a long time to get off of the peninsula at special times. So, you know, I don't see, unfortunately, Uber as big of a influence as maybe the other speaker did. That's just my only point. Thanks.
Mr. O'Neill.
Sure. I'll say this. Actually, this is a close one for me. And I think looking at where the funding comes from, OCTA exists for the entire purpose of creating public ridership. And in this case, they have pulled bus line off the peninsula for very good reason, low ridership. And what OCTA has been doing is trying to get a little bit smaller, a little more nimble, and I applaud them for that. And this is one of their efforts, is to try to get smaller and more nimble. And they've got a pilot program going on down in San Clemente where they are actually working with Lyft. So I'm not quite on board with that, Councilman Duffield, or Mayor Pro Tem Duffield, but I see the progression where they are trying to get smaller and more nimble and more community oriented. I applaud that effort. If this is a good first step, or if this is a false step toward a good end, I think that's why I'm going to end up supporting this, is because I would like to see OCTA continue to support communities at a more granular level. This is one that I will admit I expect staff to be heavily scrutinized on, both from the public and from the dais. So I do look forward to seeing how this first year goes. But I think it's a close one, but I will be supporting it.
Mr. O'Neill. I'm sorry, Mr. Piotr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Follow up a couple questions with staff. Did I understand you right that you think that we'll be able to get more Hogue spaces if we need them, if we're that successful?
We have not discussed the details with Hogue Hospital, but there are over 200 parking spaces in that lot. I feel that we probably could negotiate additional spots if we needed them.
So they're available if they're willing to deal with us.
That is correct.
And have you guys invested in the Laguna Beach trolley? Has that been successful, or is their cost per rider similar to what we're projecting?
I don't know the cost per rider of the city of Laguna Beach, but looking at other examples, we are probably more closely aligned with, like City of Dana Point. The costs that we are seeing are very similar to what Dana Point does.
And when we say cost per rider, so somebody gets on at wherever, McFadden Square, and they go down to Balboa Pier, and then they get on later and go back the other way, that counts as 2 rides, right?
That's correct.
So considering that most people start and finish in the same place, we're really only talking about, instead of 10,000 riders, we're really talking 5,000 round trips. But OCTA, I take it, counts it on a per ride basis.
That's correct.
So really our cost per rider is more like $44 if you count total cost for our first year per rider. I go back and forth. I don't think that the typical visitor is going to use this. But I do agree with Councilman Duffield that the flyer will be a perfect thing to use. I mean, if he can park for free in Hogue over the weekend instead of $15 a day, and his car's in a nice secure parking structure rather than, on the beach all night with maybe roving patrols, that's going to be attractive to him, especially if there are multiple people coming from different locations to take the flyer. In a group. And I also see the charter boats and the restricted parking around Lido Village, that it would be really popular for the charters. I guess the question is, can we get these guys to contribute towards the cost of it? Because in effect, it's going to be dealing with those businesses. And I agree with the public comments here that there will be more people on the peninsula, whether they be visitors or, I'm assuming renters, or residents, that will take advantage of it because they don't want to give up their parking stall and they get to use it and they realize, hey, it actually gets to where I want to go. The 15-minute interval sounds optimistic because basically you're saying you can get from the Hogue lot down to Balboa Village and back in an hour. I'm not so sure you can do that on the weekends, certainly not on the 4th of July. One of the other comments is the downtowner, and it makes me think, can we do things to make the downtowner more successful? Can we put, signs like we're talking about putting for the shuttle? I know we're identifying stops, but can we put signs, let's say, for the downtowner advertising their app so that people will tend to use it more? And I'm wondering if their ridership goes up, their cars go up, they get more advertising, whether or not that, it sounds like they're borderline successful now with just pure advertising and no government subsidies. And I'm wondering if there's ways that we can help them. They put up their own signs, but we give them permission, like we would anybody that, I wouldn't restrict it just to them, but if anybody demonstrates ridership numbers like they have, maybe they get the same kind of an app. We already have signs for the parking apps to make it, and I'm thinking this would be along those lines. And I agree with what comment. Do we have a measure of success? Is there a number of riders that OCTA will consider this a successful pilot?
Yes, actually, there's a threshold that the grant obligates us to. And during the first year, it's 6 passengers per vehicle hour. And then years after, it'd be 9 passengers per vehicle hour.
And that plays into our 10,900 number that we talked about?
That's correct.
So if we don't get that number, what happens? Does OCTA cancel the project for next year, or do they reduce the amount of money they subsidize it by?
We would have to make up the difference, basically, if we wanted to continue the project without meeting their commitment.
So they would commit to this year, let's say, and let's say we didn't meet our numbers. They're not going to take our, demand that we pay them additional money for the year that's already passed, but they would say the following year, if you want to do it, we're not going to subsidize you by 88%. We're going to lower that subsidy.
They would not, that's correct.
So they won't change the deal. In other words, if we don't make our numbers, we're not going to lose money. We can cancel it next year, no big deal.
That's correct.
And if we were to cancel it now, which I don't think that's going to happen, we would be out of the $35,000 that we've spent to date, we would not get the 88%. So I'm going to just round it off and say somewhere around 30 to 31,000 we would be out. Is that all that we would be out? Other than obviously staff time we've already participated
If we not go forward today?
If we were to cancel it today, yeah.
Right, it'd be about $35,000, and you're right, 88% of that.
So it's 30,000, somewhere around there.
Correct.
I'm really, like Will said, I'm really on the fence with this because it seems like a bad investment for taxpayers. It might be a good investment for the city of Newport Beach, but a bad one for taxpayers. And so do I sit there and put my taxpayer hat on for the county or for the city? Part of what I wrestle with is if all of the cities had the attitude of, I want to get mine, we're going to keep going down the hole that we already are in from a tax perspective. And if some cities start saying no to free dollars, which we all know are not free, wouldn't it be great if all of the money for all the trolleys could go towards extra lane miles or something actually practical for us that actually drive out there instead of driving empty buses around? And I really have doubts that other than the Catalina Flyer or some of these charter boats, that we're going to get a whole lot of ridership. Certainly not worth the taxpayer dollar for what we're going to get. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments before I offer a few comments? Mr. Avery? Thank you. I believe that when the government is already involved in some operations of our lives, or day-to-day operations, or have a role in our society, that should be done more efficiently when possible. But I don't really believe in expanding government. Amazing things are being done in transportation, and quite frankly, it's the private sector that's doing those, accomplishing those new milestones. It's almost never the government. Sometimes you could argue it is when you're doing transportation roads, but really technology, small business, I believe, is sort of the engine of our country. And in this case, we have a potential interference with an existing business that is meeting many of the demands, although probably not all of them. So although I think it's a nice looking trolley, I'll just be voting against it. Do we see any more, before we call the vote, are there any more requests to speak? All right, let's vote.
With Mayor Muldoon and Councilmember Piotr voting no, the motion carries 5-2.
One more thing to add to the
Staff?
recall list.
Thank you, staff. Good job.
Mr. Mayor and council members, the next item, as staff's changing the presentations, this has to do with the proposed contract with Arts Orange County to manage Phase 3 of the sculpture exhibition in the Civic Center Park. I think the major discussion for you folks tonight would be, A, whether you want to do this, and B, what the potential funding source would be, because I know you had a discussion and study session expressing concerns about the developer fee set aside and the use, and then in this case, the proposal is to use an allocation that comes in each year at $150,000 from Visit Newport Beach to do that project if you'd like to do it. Tim is here to make a brief presentation if you'd like. I know the hour's getting late, but I'll leave that up to you.
I think I'm going to need a brief presentation on this.
And members of the council, just a quick encapsulation of the project. It's a rotating type of art exhibition. The pieces are loaned for 2 years. The sculptors who are chosen for the exhibition are provided with an honorarium, and they're responsible for the maintenance and repair of the work. If approved, the installation would commence in October of this year, and the 10 pieces installed in this phase would be removed in August 2019. The idea is that it has all the benefits of a public art exhibition without the ownership of the pieces, so it tries to be cost effective. The management of the project would go to Arts OC, and they would be tasked to do the call for entry, to coordinate the selection of pieces, site evaluation. They would provide they'd coordinate with the artists, including the contracts and the shipment of the work, the budgets and the schedules. They oversee the actual installation and the deinstallation of the pieces, and they manage the schedule and payments. In this phase, the previous council had recommended an increased level of community engagement. So there will be surveys, there'll be a lot of public outreach where there's participation in Arts Commission meetings and panels for the choice of the pieces. And this will be publicized on the Culture Arts site, on the city site, press releases and that kind of thing, in order to get the public involved to a greater extent. There's also a fundraising component. The idea is to use this exhibition as the primary, the main kind of arts fundraising in the city, offer sponsorship opportunities to businesses and corporate sponsors, use the rotation of art as like a means to promote cultural tourism in the city, and make the sculpture exhibition in the park a space that's available for the public, almost as a revenue generator for parties and events and things like that. As Dave mentioned, the idea is to utilize the funds from Visit Newport Beach. These are funds that came from the city to Visit Newport Beach that are coming back to the city in the forms of the TOT tax and the T-bid. The contract with RSOC would be for $105,000, and the honorariums for the artists would total $50,000. And at this time, I'd be glad to take questions or weigh in on anything.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill.
Tim, can you go back to that last slide, please?
Sure.
So this is a pretty technical question, but VNB funding through the TOT and the T-bid, my understanding is that the TOT and T-bid are pretty segregated, and the only thing that I understood the VNB money to be coming back through the city is through the TOT. Is maybe that's a better question for Mr. Kiff.
I'd agree. That would be my understanding too, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's actually
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's really important.
It is important.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay. I have comments, but I'll hold them for now.
Any other questions? I have a couple. It's my understanding that this contractor, I see there's a substantial portion of it, the Arts Orange County.
Correct.
And I know we explored possibly having a staff member, and it was voted down, or we indicated no in a study session. I don't fully recall. This is essentially the equivalent of that position we were discussing, correct?
That position actually encompassed a lot more than just the management of the sculpture project, but that could have been part of their scope of duties.
So the Arts Commission, and I see Mr. O'Neill is asked to speak again. The Arts Commission is tasked with advising the council.
Correct.
And so there are people with good taste and interest in arts, and they're very active in the community. And to me, it would follow that they would do a lot of the work that would go to a professional. That is as far as choosing artwork and helping us procure it and possibly arranging for it. But they would not, of course, do the actual administration. That would be our staff, overseeing the installation. But I understand that is our staff capable of doing these duties that I would argue we should be doing internally? If not, are there any of them that the staff could do?
I could probably identify a few things. In terms of the Arts Commission, they actually are the ones who are selecting the pieces, and they do present the final approval to council. The consultant or the project manager, that person would set up the curatorial panels and that kind of thing. They get the arts professionals to weigh in. Then it would go to the Arts Commission with some public input, and then go to council. So yeah, I agree with you. They would be very adept at selecting art, and in fact, that's what they actually do. In terms of staff being able to do the kind of things that ArtsOC would do, I think it would probably be more cost-effective to go with ArtsOC because I don't think there's any special expertise with city staff on art installation or shipment or site placement is kind of the realm of a landscape architect. I think when you don't use those kind of people, you end up with it's a phenomenon called plop art, where you just take a piece and you kind of decide what's the best spot for it and kind of plop it in. So
I won't give my response to that. So the project managers, so I'm clear, they set up the panel.
Correct.
They help with installation, which includes shipment and site placement.
Correct.
And are there any other items I'm missing that falls within the scope of work?
There's an engineering component because they're pouring pads and they're using cranes. They're contracting with people to pour cement. It's as varied as any other kind of specialized construction project.
So I'm not a man of the arts. I like music, right? I like some of the arts. But as far as visual arts go, I'm not really one who would ever want to be in the Arts Commission. It'd probably be in everyone's best interest, especially if you see the ties I wear every now and then. But when I'm looking at this, I can see that, in my opinion, I imagine a lot of the expenses allocated, the $105,000, are for items that I just think we don't need. I would understand there would be a raw cost involved with shipment, installation, and the engineering component, although I think we could do some of that in-house. Site placement, I respectfully disagree with your assertion on that. I think that the arts commissioners, and frankly, I think the council could as well if we wanted to, make a decision based on where the art should be located or which direction it should be facing. So at this time, I really appreciate city manager creatively finding a way to find some funding. I don't think all this funding is necessary, and I definitely don't think the Arts Orange County is a necessary partner in this endeavor. At a time when every department is looking to limit their budget and reduce their request for funding, the Arts Commission is one of the entities that's asking for more money, and there's no sign of it turning around. So for that reason, I support the idea of having the funds come from Visit Newport Beach, but I do not support this contract. Mr. O'Neill.
Yep, so I'm looking right now at the schedule of billing rates, and we've got $22,332 going toward the installation of Phase 2 sculptures and project management and curation. And then we also have $60,000 going toward the installation of the Phase 3 sculptures and associated costs, and then $23,000 going toward the deinstallation of Phase 3 sculptures. So well, I guess one of the questions I've got is, as I'm looking at this, was the last contract, did the last contract include a deinstallation of Phase 2?
No, it didn't. That was something that we didn't factor into the first two phases, and the deinstallation of Phase 1 was a separate contract for about $21,000.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions from the dais? All right, let's go to the public. No art commissioners here this evening.
No, unfortunately not.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the dais. Are there any other comments or questions from the council? Mr. Piotr.
Thank you. I'm kind of wondering if we can take your request to bring Ronald Reagan out of the cul-de-sac and kind of combine it with this and have the Arts Commission include in this Phase 3 to find an appropriate location for our president in Civic Center Park. And I will say, I mean, the Arts Commissioners aren't here, but one of the reasons that I supported this back last fall was that they promised that they would work hard to develop private income and private sources. Granted, the city will continue to help support in the way of logistics and a place for the sculptures to be, insurance, making sure they don't fall over on people, Mr. Heatherton's time and the Arts Commission time, but the actual art, it would be nice if it were supported privately. And yet, even though we authorized a certain amount of money for actually hiring a developer, I understand they have not hired that person yet. And so it also seems like they haven't also developed any private income. So I will just say that I'll continue my support on this if they're willing to include our president out of the cul-de-sac. Otherwise, my tendency is, I'll wait until I see some progress on development of private income sources before supporting any more work coming out of the art.
Mr. O'Neill.
So This is a tough one because what we're looking at right now is at the last study session, we had the Arts Commission come and speak, and one of the things that they had discussed was the need for a substantial amount of funding for public art. And we're looking right now at approving a third phase of the rotating sculpture garden where 2/3 of the money isn't going toward public art. 2/3 of the money is going toward a consultant. If that is what the Arts Commission wants to spend the money on, and that is what their prerogative is to recommend to the council, I'm concerned, but I'll say this. The council, was it last year, Mr. Kiff, when the third and fourth phases were addressed to council? Or was it last year or 2015?
It was September of 2016.
Okay. Yeah, so when the funding ideas were brought to council, the discussion was whether the financial support would be there for phases 3 and 4. And to Mr. Piotr's point, that's exactly what the discussion was. And the discussion was also hinged on something that was discussed last week at the study session, which was we've got to see more private support. We've got to see the Arts Foundation stepping up. We've got to see the actual need inside the community for it. And given that the council has stated in the past that that the funding would be there, and given that we are using restricted funds to get there, I'm inclined to support this. But I would just like to again echo, I just don't believe that if we're going to be spending money on public art, 2/3 of a fairly large amount of money should be going toward a consultant rather than the art itself. But given that there have been promises made, and I'm willing to continue with those promises and see them through, I will support this, but reluctantly.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could maybe help out a little bit here. I share your concern, the concern that the mayor expressed and Mr. O'Neill, and I do think, whether it's phase 4 versus phase 3, we need as a staff level to see if we can come up with a different plan other than just using a consultant that may involve, maybe it does involve the Arts Commission's role, maybe some of our good mod staff. And I can easily make the commitment to you, if you want to include this in the motion, to return back with you, again, maybe it is phase 4, not phase 3, with a couple of different alternatives for installation and public input and review that may be more either staff-driven and or just a consultant just to assist with the public side of this versus the installation side. And I know I can task the Assistant City Manager and Tim with that going forward. It may bring back a better product next time.
Okay, let's see what the other council members have to say, and then we can just consider coming back with a different report. Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilman Piotr on this. I'd like to get to a spot where we've discussed it, we're providing support for the showing display of art, but the actual pieces themselves, I really believe there should be 100% funded by people in the community. So we need to get there, but I also agree with Councilman O'Neill in the sense that there's been a commitment, but I think we need to set a date when we're sort of done and we come up with a new plan. But I think everybody in this town would love to see a very efficient, not efficient, but yeah, if MOD could help install and we do it with a minimum amount of consultants, and we have so much capacity in this town from residents, there's engineers, there's just people, you would just think we really need to get that. The Arts Commission, we need to bring those people forward to help us with this stuff. And everybody would feel better about it, with the art being paid for by residents and largely, the help with all the other stuff around getting the art in and out, supported by residents or maybe residents hands-on, and just a minimal amount of help by the city in terms of getting heavy pieces in and setting it all up. And obviously there's lots of work we don't want, people being involved with that don't work in that field every day in terms of pouring concrete and the rest of it. But it needs to be a real community deal where we're in this. And there should be a minimum of consultants involved in this. maybe I need to get educated. I just don't see it as that hard. And I agree that we should be able to figure out places to put this stuff without, being plop art. So, I'm in the same ballpark of just sort of, all the time just moving toward, we've got to set a time up when we're sort of done supporting the art in this way, and ask the commission, and I know the Arts Commission is working hard on getting some people in there to help raise funds. And I know this town will do it. It's just a matter of getting down and working at it. So absolutely supportive, but would like to see a change in direction for sure. And maybe a sort of a deadline or something concrete that we're laying out there. Thank you.
Mr. Piotr.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and propose a motion. I'd like to move that we approve the contract as presented tonight with a couple of notes. One is that we get President Reagan out of the cul-de-sac, and the Arts Commission comes back with a recommended location when they do the presentation for the art and the locations for our approval. Two, I would like to see the $50,000 that you have for artist rent honorariums be from private sources for Phase 4. And I would like to see that the consultant cost is reduced greatly, I'm thinking by at least half, and that our mod and building department staff can perform the function of making sure that the art doesn't fall over on people. So do you want me to repeat that? I'd like to make sure that the Reagan statue is included in the art.
Yeah.
And guidelines for Phase 4 would be that the honorariums are covered by private sources, and that the
consultant fee is cut at least in half.
Yes.
And you're moving the budget amendment as well?
Yeah, staff recommendation including the budget amendment.
Would you take a friendly amendment to take out the third note, given that staff has stated that it is not capable, at least at this time, of handling all of the items?
I think Mr. Piotr meant for Phase 4.
Correct. It would be Phase 4 that the honorarium would be privately funded, and that the consultant fee would be in half, not this Phase 3.
I second for purposes of discussion.
Mr. Herdman.
I need some clarification. The $155,000 that's coming from Visit Newport Beach for this project is, first of all, is that a correct figure?
So Visit Newport Beach, as a part of the previous council's extension of its agreement for TOT allocation,
yes,
promised $150,000 per year to the city, and then I think the previous council and the current council had a disagreement as to what that money should be used for. Generally, we've considered using it for arts and cultural activities. So there's now $450,000 in the bank.
Okay. And that's been a council decision, correct?
It's entirely the council's decision as to what to fund with that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, all right, so we have a motion with a second for the sake of discussion on Mr. Piotr's motion. Do we have any other comments on this? Mr. Avery.
The 450 that's left, that, to me, do we have a deal there? We had a commitment there?
Well, Mr. Harp was just showing me the language. The language is, actually, let's read it. Aaron can do it, sorry. Okay. It's, so this is the agreement with Visit Newport Beach. It said $150,000 a year, commencing June 1, 2014, to the city for expenditure on programs or activities that benefit the public as determined by the city council. There is a parens there that says e.g. or like, public art, cultural and promotional activities, beautification projects, etc. The door is pretty open.
Right. So
Was that your full question? I apologize. I didn't
Yes,
answer it.
thank
Okay.
you. And I just think if we've made that commitment, we should stick with that commitment. But at the same time, we get to decide how that's metered out and what it's for. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, I'm good as long as as long as we stick by that agreement and then just try to maybe alter our course in terms of how we distribute it and try to get more help from the community.
Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah, real briefly. That was the point that I was trying to make at the last study session, is that the Visit Newport Beach the contract amendment is remarkably broad, and in fact, would arguably actually cover the item we just discussed, which was the trolley system. Now, under that situation, we had a separate restricted fund that's coming out of the parking money, but in the event that there is a question about whether we have a restricted fund such as that, or we use it out of the general fund, it is preferable to use it out of the general fund. An argument can be made that it is general fund money anyway because it's TOT tax that's going through Visit Newport Beach and coming back to us as a restricted fund. That's an issue that I think about often, but
Apparently.
yeah, but in this particular situation, I will say that using a restricted fund for something that has been made as a commitment in the past by council, promises have been made. I think that it sounds like promises will be kept, but there are reservations.
So I like Mr. Piotr's proposal. So are there any questions for clarification on the motion as amended by Mr. O'Neill for Piotr's original motion?
Sure. So
I'm sorry, as a point of clarification, I did not amend it.
You did not?
No.
Okay, you withdrew your amendment, so it stands as originally stated. Mr. Avery.
So we would bring President Reagan out, and the Arts Commission would decide a location. Is that correct?
Well, I believe they would probably recommend, they would advise location. We'd have the ultimate
Okay.
determination, I imagine. Is that
Let
correct?
me, one more clarification. I would assume that President Reagan would be one of the 10 versus the 11th of 10 to try to keep within the budget. Is that okay?
Yes.
That seems reasonable to you? All right.
And if you were to not be moved again, which would be my hope, then
He would not be rotating.
that would be one less expense.
Yes.
He could be right here.
Tough to make him sit, you know, he's kind of.
Are there any other comments on the motion? Looks like I should call for the vote. So, call it to vote.
With Councilmember Herdman voting no, the motion carries 5-1. I also want to note that Councilmember Dixon has left the meeting at about 9:15.
All right. So, this time, could I have 1 second? 1 second.
Mayor Muldoon suggests that I clarify my vote, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I fully support the arts in our city. I fully support the Arts Commission. I have absolutely no problem with a portion of our general fund going to support the arts in a city like ours. I am totally supportive of the statue of President Reagan becoming a permanent fixture in our sculpture garden. So I'm pleased to see that did pass. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, no one wants to go against a Gipper, so I just wanted him to have an opportunity to just clear that up. All right, Madam Clerk.
We're on item 21.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more item. This is a long night. Okay, item 21. Thank you, Counselor. Do we have a staff report request from the dais? I don't see one on this matter, so we'll just go out to the public. Is there public comment on item 21? All right, seeing no public comments, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any requests to discuss this item?
Just out of curiosity, is the person at issue in the audience at all? No? Okay, just curious.
All right, do I have a motion on?
Yes, I'll make a motion. I'd like to move that in the matter considering the proposed decision of the administrative law judge regarding a disability retirement in the Newport Beach Fire Department, that we, as a council, reject the decision of the administrative law judge and decide to hear the matter ourselves.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. O'Neill.
Mr. Herdman, would you mind if I made a friendly amendment?
No, not at all.
May I recommend also that the council decide the matter without, on the record, without taking additional evidence, and also direct staff to work with the parties to set a schedule for the parties to submit written argument to council before a decision is made?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, then I second.
Seeing no request to discuss, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
Thank you. Good. Madam Clerk?
A motion, now is the time for a motion for reconsideration. A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Thank you. Any motions to reconsider? Scott? Seeing none, we are adjourned in memory of the victims of the Armenian genocide.